say that I'm thankful. Everything you've done for me, you made it so clear to see. Hip hop, hip hop. I was down, I had no place to sleep, I had no food to eat. There was no one there for me. No one there for me. I had no friends or family. No one really understood me. All I had left was my hip-hop.
Looking beautiful, Maya, mate. That's fine. I love your little scroll banner and stuff.
Hello, my darlings. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you're all well. Sorry about a little bit of a rush, a little bit of a boomer moment, starting a bit late. Let's get on straight to it. We are here with the Mr. J, the War Kettle himself. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
How you doing, brother?
This is, I think, the first time that you're actually on this show.
I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. I think it's always been on my channel.
It has. It has pretty much always been on your channel. And this is why when I said your channel and you were like, okay. But then I was like, I don't think he wants it on his channel. He doesn't want to host this shit anymore.
No, I'm always up for hosting. It's just that I did a fucking internet speed test this morning and I fucking found out that for some reason my upload has gotten down to like 4 megabytes. So it's gonna fucking start pinging out and shit. So I was just like, oh, here we go.
Yeah,
I contacted the company and they're like, oh, we're gonna have to move your antenna to the roof of the building, but they're like, oh, but we're gonna have to come out next week. And I'm just like, oh, I gotta wait.
Okay, no, in that case then that's fine. This works out perfect for all of us. Now for those of you who can see the live stream, it does look like my brain is trying to make its way out of the front of my nose. Yes, it's a giant red spot. You're going to have to deal with that. I have no makeup to cover
he's
it
just
up.
been doing too much cocaine.
And there's that too. And then potentially the cocaine could have had an effect. I don't know. But before the comments start rolling, so I have to preempt the comments. I know what's coming. Like, what is that trying? Are you now trying to take my rightful position as one of the black rhinos, or maybe is it the brown rhinos? I don't know.
Or the white rhino, maybe?
Maybe. Oh, God forbid. No, that's strictly for Ralph. I've left that position vacant for Ralph only. He is the only one that can be called the white rhino.
All right, you've got a point. Fair enough. Oh, shit. I better plug in some power here. Hold on. Just realised the laptop wasn't plugged in. That would have been bad.
Oh, that would have been. Well, to all of you that can see the stream, cheers. I am drinking Hendrix and tonic this evening. This evening's alcohol of choice is Le Hendrix and tonic. For those of you who
very nice.
Wish to see the bottle, there it is. It's a sort of, I think it's a Scottish gin that is brewed with a fusion of, I think, cucumbers, and so putting a few slices of cucumber in it is essential and is sublime. Oh my God, that's good. Mate. Oh, that is good. That is. Sorry, go on.
I had to go out this afternoon to help my friend take care of her grandmother, and I got a coffee at 3:00, and it's now 7:00 in the evening, and I'm about halfway through it.
You're still drinking the same coffee?
since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it's now 7 o'clock at night, mate. It took me 4 hours
What
to
are
drink half a cup of coffee.
Is things a little bit? Have you been taking other things in between the coffee?
I mean, there might have been a little bit of smoking the old, the other and whatnot. Oh, big up Ralph! Big up Ralph's. Me and Ralph are having a debate. Apparently, we're having a debate tomorrow. Me and Ralph are having a conversation tomorrow.
Nice.
I think on Reverend Simon's channel. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait.
On Simon Sideways channel. So this is
I believe so.
Be
Yeah,
very
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
What time?
I think. Hang on, let me check. Because I did ask him today. I think he said 5 p.m. UK time, so 7 o'clock my time, which is perfect.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, because there's going to be a speaker's corner roundup kind of by Atheist Steve at 3 o'clock, and I was going to catch that, and I didn't want to. So hopefully within 2 hours. I mean, it might their stream may not be over in 2 hours, but either way, it'll give me enough time to jump over to Simon's and check out you guys. Nice. So that's going to be interesting, especially with your thing with Anne-Marie Walters. What do you think about Anne-Marie Walters and her stance? I mean, I know you're on side because you were talking to her, but how did that go?
Yeah. Well, obviously, she made that video about Patriot Alternative. Literally, like, because she made that like about a day after I asked her if we could stream, and then obviously she made the video, and then she had like a ton of comments and blah blah blah. And then when I was on the stream, you see on the stream, I pretty much agree with her.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sure me and Ralph will get into that tomorrow because
exactly.
I know he made a response to her. I haven't watched it all yet, Ralph, but I will get round to it. Don't get me wrong.
That's going to be interesting. I mean, what I would say is, as a heads up, be careful of the cathedral, because apparently there's a cathedral that is inside of a temple which is being swallowed up by a dragon, which is round the corner from a synagogue. Now everybody's waiting for the temple to be for the dragon to poop out the new order.
The new order, is that right? Is it?
I think that's kind of an inside joke for Ralph. I think Ralph's about the only person that understands this particular phrase. Because he talks about the system as the temple. And
right,
you got to watch his stuff. You got to watch his stuff. To be honest with you, it's very much Ralphie joke, because if you don't watch Ralph's stuff, you don't really get it. Hey, there's Chris, the Green Moose. We've got the boys in the hood. Ned, what's up, Ned? We got everyone in the house, actually, quite a few people. Some from your Discord.
I sure do.
So what are you saying? How are you coping? I saw your little. Your sort of vlog, if you want, of your day of shopping in Cyprus. It's amazing how quickly paradise can become a nightmare when you're under oppression.
Well, I mean, technically it's still paradise, because like now it's proper paradise because I don't have to work.
Yeah, but you don't have to work. But the point of not working is to go out and be out by the sea, and you know what I mean. Yeah, and have all those freedoms to go to the clubs and bars at night. When you can't do any of that, you're just trapped at home. How? I mean, people in prison don't have to go to work. I'm pretty sure they're not stoked about that.
They do. They get jobs, don't they? Like working in the kitchen and shit like that.
Kitchen and the laundry, and they get all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
man, it's brutal out here. It's brutal. Like, it's just the boredom.
How's the heat?
Not being able to see people and shit like that.
Yeah. How's the heat?
Now it's beautiful, mate. It's kicking in lovely now.
Is it?
I got to keep the door open. Yeah, I've had to take the duvet off the bed now. It's too hot for the duvet now. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, that's not. You see, this is what I mean. This is the time you want to take a walk by the beach. You want to maybe do a bit of sunbathing, jump in the sea, or go to some public pool. You can't do any of that shit. You're trapped. So all the fun things that make Cyprus amazing are the things you can't fucking do.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, even
But at least
here.
I can sit on my balcony and sit in the sun. So there's that.
Yeah. I mean, you have that. I mean, even here is similar. The weather is nice. I can see the sun,
Yeah.
and I do go out occasionally for a short sort of round the local area, or maybe I go to supermarket or something, and I can experience that this is a good day, but can't really do much with it because I can't be out long. You know, I can be out whilst I'm shopping or I'm going from shop to shop, because sometimes shops don't always have the same things that I need, so I have to go to like three different shops. That's the period where I'm like, oh, this is awesome, and then I have to crawl back into my little cave, and it's I don't know. It's the thing is, I'm a naturally a kind of internet recluse, kind of golem type of person anyway. I have a million ways to keep myself occupied on the internet, and even it's getting to me. So, my mum, she's literally losing her collective shit. She's a very sociable, outgoing person. She's out all the time. And
Yeah.
she is just dying. I have to constantly keep calling her and try to, perk her, pick her up, make her, spruce her up,
Yeah.
just to say, it's okay, hang in there, don't worry, stay safe. This is it's gonna end soon. I keep having to give her encouraging things and keep giving her internet things to do. I told her to set up a YouTube channel months ago, years ago actually. I told her, look, do a cooking show. You'll love it. People will love it. It'll be great. Just do loads of different cooks. She can't be asked to cook. She's like, I can't be asked to cook. I even told her, look, I will set it all up for you. I'll get you the cameras, the lighting, the lot. You just have to record, upload it. I'll take a copy, I'll edit it, and I'll upload it for you properly. Or I'll even do the work for you, most of it. You just have to do the recording part. She can't be asked. She's like, no, can't be fucked. Like, well, there you go then.
My mate Annie, who lives around the corner from me, for my birthday, she got me a fucking awesome tripod. Now, you're probably thinking, Jay, you go to events and shit, you already have a tripod. I do. I have a proper massive tripod,
Nice.
Goes real big, high up, goes like 2.2 meters high.
Oh, wow.
And I also have a monopod as well, which goes up to about 1.5 meters, which is perfect for when I was running around London interviewing people and stuff like that. Having it on the monopod is perfect. You just dump it down. But what she got me one of those small little desk tripods.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a normal tripod. It's one of those ones with the bendy legs. So if you had a pole going across your thing, you can wrap the legs around it and it stays in place and have your camera at a certain angle and shit like that. It's fucking brilliant, mate. Especially for going out and doing vlogs and shit.
Yeah.
Obviously, I haven't had a chance to use it since my birthday. And she came over and she was like, oh, have you got something like a selfie stick so I can put my phone up and whatnot? And basically I ended up giving her the present she gave me for my birthday so she could make videos herself on her phone.
Well, there you go. It came in handy. She bought it for herself.
I love that little tripod. The other problem is obviously there's no quarantine. I don't need it at home. There's nothing here that I would use it for because I've got a monopod and a tripod.
Yeah.
I mean, my webcam that you're watching me on right now is sat on the monopod at the other side of the desk. I could have it on the laptop, but I didn't want it that close.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly it. I've actually got, well, the bendy leg ones that you're talking about. I had a very cheap version of that because there are different quality ones. I had a very cheap small version of that for phones only, and it started to get loose at the end where the phone goes in, so it just kept flopping to one side. It wouldn't stay where I wanted it. So that I got, it's just useless now. But I've seen the bigger ones, the more heftier, a little bit more expensive ones. They are solid. The cheap ones you can get them from Amazon for a couple of quid. Literally £5 or something. But the good ones you have to spend maybe a bit more because my brother bought one for his DSLR camera, which is a much bigger, heavier camera. And that one much thicker, hard, rigid legs. They bend, but they're much more tighter. So you do have to spend a little bit money to get the good ones, but generally Yeah, they're really handy, especially if you want to do work where you're on your own and you need your camera to be at a location. You can't always carry a big tripod with you, but you want your camera to be head height. You can wrap the legs around a pole or something, so the camera stays at head height, whilst you don't need to carry a giant tripod with you. So yeah, I've noticed the usefulness of those things. So far for what I do, especially the speaker's corner or protest type things I do, the monopod is perfect, because the monopod works like an arm, where I just, because when I'm in the crowd, I can't really, I'm like 5'8", so I'm a short guy compared to most people, so I'm always unable to see ahead of other people. So, but the monopod, I just basically, it makes me like 8 foot tall, the monopod, because I just put the camera on there, raise it up, hold it up in the air, and bam, I get everything over the head of everyone. So yeah, it works really good. It also can work as a good boom mic as well, if you attach a mic to it.
Yeah, mate. So I'm going to take a picture now of what it looks like from where I'm sat and what I see. But also, if you go into Discord, into my Discord, that is, you'll see in the did I post them actually? Hang on, let me double check actually. Okay, no, I didn't. I'll post them now. Let's do that. So you can have like an idea of like my setup in my living room and how I've got it all laid out and whatnot.
Nice. Yeah,
so,
post it to me there, and I'll
photo
share
number
it with
one. They're in the general chat. Sorry, I'm just dumping them in, so if anyone wants, they can see them in the Discord.
Let me find
the first. Oh my great! Of course, the upload speed has been terrible. You'll have to wait a minute. But in the first image, you'll see that my DSLR camera is on my actual tripod, and then my boom, because I have a boom microphone, because I have a proper Tascam for when I'm recording videos. So I use my boom mic to record all my audio on for my videos. That's how I get that prime quality audio. And when I'm out on the street, I have my proper Sennheiser microphone for, talking to people and giving them the old backwards and forth with the old microphone. But today, for this setup, I've got the webcam on the monopod, and that's it. And the DSLR is still on the tripod because, well, I'm just non-stop filming at the moment, so there's no point putting it away and shit.
Yeah, I mean, also, do you actually... I can't seem to find the war kettle. What the hell have I put the war kettle? Discord. Dear God. Yeah, for... what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen you do, like, street interviews since you went to Cyprus. Have you done anything like that since you've been to Cyprus? Apart from when you were in Israel, I guess. You did quite a bit in Israel. I did like that stuff.
I did stuff. I've been re-editing the first episode. I'm actually going to relaunch the first episode because I've just, instead of doing it because what my plan originally was to do it as daily things, but now I've kind of revamped that whole idea. So that will be coming back out soon. That will be the Israel vlogs. But there wasn't really much. There wasn't any interviewing there. To be honest, I've done some interviewing, but they were for a documentary I'm working on. And I've interviewed 2 people, but they're not like on the street. We're sat down in a room together, just talking. And obviously
you don't really need
the people.
Yeah, all you need is just your tripod and all that setup.
Yeah, but the one with this lockdown is over because there's quite a lot of things I wanted to do. Like I want to go down into KETTLE and start asking like people questions like that. I want to do one of like Brexit. I also want to just like have a day of just like randomly asking people like if they live in Paphos, why they live here, things like that. I want to get back out more. Plus, during the summer, we get a lot of events in Cyprus. Like there's protests for the occupation and things like that. So I want to get up to Nicosia this year and report on all of them things that will go on.
Oh, yeah, that would be actually really good. Dude, I can't find your Discord server. Could you post me an invite to your Discord server? Because for some fucked up reason, I can't see it on my list of... I can't see it. I'm looking... I'm going up and down. It's here. I was here. Either I've moved, either it's been accidentally like, when I grabbed it or something. But I can't find it. I cannot find it.
Yeah, I just sent you an invite link.
Yeah. Let me check it out.
Yeah, you're in my server. I know that.
I know, but where is it then? Why is it I
I'm
cannot?
going to at you in my server.
Let me
Do you see that?
Well, that's the thing. I can't. I am there now. But the weird thing is, on my list of servers on the side, I don't know where
Yeah.
it is. I can't find it. There's too much shit. I've got way too much servers. That's what it is. I've got way too many servers on the list here, and that's
Oh,
why
mate, I know exactly what you mean. But I put them in folders because you know how Discord has that folder system. So I have a bunch of folders, like people like you and Manny and like Reverend Simon.
Yeah.
I've got like a Discord folder of mates, so all my mates' Discords are in there, and then I have like from top to bottom is like ones I frequent the most, and then
Yeah,
ones
that's
that
what
I
I
don't.
should have done. That's what I should do.
order.
You're right, man. You got to
Yeah.
organize your Discord. So my Discord is not organized at all. It's just one giant list, one after the other, and I don't know where anything is. You see, now I've come out of your Discord server, and it is still called the War Kettle, right?
Yeah, the War Kettle Discord.
You didn't change the name to anything else. Oh, this is
No,
so
not
fucking
at all.
useless. Oh Lord. Hold on.
Someone in your chat called RCW says some nice Roman mosaics in Paphos, and that is very true. I actually have 2 videos that I'm working on that will be showing off quite a lot of the ancient Roman stuff and Greek ruins here in Paphos. They're going to be nice little videos coming out. I should have them done next week, I hope.
Nice. So while I'm looking for this, what else has been happening? Did you hear, by the way, about Amy Kay and she got potentially the corona?
No.
Oh, you didn't hear? Amy was ill for
No, I
like
did
6
not hear.
days, and she suspects, or at least after conversing with a nurse, apparently she is probably got the coronavirus and recovered.
Holy shit.
I know.
Well, I wish her all the best, and I hope she gets well soon.
I know. I was a bit. I mean, I'm sort of. It's sort of a relief situation where oh, thank goodness she's recovered. But it's still a bit scary, isn't it? You just think to yourself, "Holy moly!"
It is, mate.
Holy moly!
A
Yeah,
friend
dude.
of mine's, his cousin died because of it recently. 4 days ago, I think it was. 5 days ago.
Bloody hell! Seriously.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
shit. You see, we were talking a few days back about how long is it going to be until each of us people that are going to start knowing people
Yeah.
that have died now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, on the stream there was someone in the text who said their uncle died. Now you just said this is like touching us on a real level now. For me, it's like now the shit's getting real. Where you start to actually know people. It's no longer some dude in Italy or some dude in China, or you know what I mean, or some dude in some care home somewhere. It's no longer just a number or a statistic or some news headline. It is actually, it's this person and it's this person and it's this person. Yeah, it's quite scary, man. Seriously worrying. This is why I keep warning. Your parents, your grandparents. I know my mum, she's a feisty woman and she doesn't want to listen to shit, and I'm like begging her all the time, please just stay at home, don't mess about, don't go out, this is serious shit. The other thing that I've been the other thing that I've been I've been like, I can't chew gum and talk at the same time. I was typing something. The other thing
Proves
is
that you're not gay, mate.
Yep, can't do it, mate. I'm sorry. I can't do the trombone and lick at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough. I admire women. This is why they say women are good at multitasking. Now I know why.
Exactly, mate. You do indeed.
They can do 2 things at the same time. Oh my fucking god! But yeah,
Nice.
yeah. So yeah, I just like for everyone who's out there whose grandparents or parents are older and they keep fucking around and they don't listen. Please, God, tell them to stay at home. It's getting screwed up.
Exactly.
But
Exactly, mate.
let's not drive this down a coronavirus conversation. Let's keep this to a non-corona conversation if we can possibly manage it. What
Sounds
else?
good to me.
The problem is, like, there's nothing else we can do except talk about this shit because this has dominated our lives. All our other things that we want to do is predicated on going out and living a life. So if you can't go out and live a life, what the fuck else you got to talk about? This bloody thing. How about this for a very small level, a small segment of conversation? Although there's actually a couple of other things I would like to talk to you about, but for now, what are your thoughts on the Bernie Sanders and the Joe Biden situation? What do you think about that?
Biden. I've been saying it since day one of the fucking primaries of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden will win. He is the only sensible candidate out of all of them. And I know there's a lot of people going out, but he sniffs little girls' hair and he's
a bit
touched
creepy.
people on the... I'm just like, all right, fine. Maybe he's a little bit creepy, but he is the only sensible candidate out of that whole madhouse that was going on.
I mean, I suppose, on the levels of electability, he would be the only one that would be electable, I suppose. But
yeah,
other than that, I don't know. Other than that, it's hard to say whether he is actually. Would you honestly think he would be able to beat Trump?
I want him to, and I feel like he could do it because he's got the reputation of Obama, and this is the biggest thing is there was two big demographic groups that didn't come out to vote, especially for the Democratic Party during the last election. Massive amounts of women turned out to vote for Trump, but the women that were Democrats didn't turn out in mass numbers to vote for Hillary. And also the black community didn't. They went, obviously, the ones that were going to vote Trump, they were going to vote Trump. They went out and voted, but the ones that were voting Democrat, they didn't turn out. So I think that with Obama and Biden's reputation, I think those two demographic groups could come out. The only thing is what I'm hesitant on is the American system is a little bit of 2 terms this side, 2 terms that side, then switch back and forth.
The incumbent usually has a very strong.
Sorry?
The incumbent usually has a very strong position.
Yeah, exactly. Unless the American public are really sick of Trump and he completely keeps fucking up this corona situation, he could lose it. But I don't know. It's
well, that's my sort of thoughts my thoughts as this stream
thoughts?
is. Yeah, my thoughts. This is called the BS Thoughts episode 9. These are my thoughts on things. Now,
are you aware that I sell T-shirt, hoodie, and leggings that say "Thoughts shouldn't have to pay taxes"?
and I wholeheartedly support that decision.
Exactly, mate.
But I the thing is, you're right. Unless Trump completely and totally just blows this corona situation out and people go into the American government goes into United States goes into a massive not only recession but depression, which would be pretty much the only way I could think of that the people would not vote for him. But in all honesty, I don't think they're going to blame him for this corona thing because no country in the world has handled this well. People are already blaming, China, which, in all honesty, I think is a fitting blame. It absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, nobody's denying the fact that China is to be blamed for this. So, because usually when it comes to re-elections and political sort of jostling, it all comes down to blame game. It all comes down to whose fault it is that people's lives are shit. And I think that, Trump can certainly spin this to put the blame squarely into China's hands, and people would have very little to moan about, because they're like, yeah, it was the Chinese that fucked us. Although they don't actually acknowledge, or they should acknowledge, that it has been the systematic moving of industries to China for the last several decades that has put us in such a weak situation. I mean, moving primary industries like medicine, manufacturer of medicine, manufacturing of a lot of primary and secondary industries. These industries should not have all gone to China. And, capitalism, unfortunately, there is this aspect of, well, they're giving us slave labor, so we'll do it, and the rest of us capitulate because we go to IKEA and buy all their plastic crap. So
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, the reason we use China, it all makes sense in a way, because like, during the height of the Cold War, when the Soviet-China split happened within the communist community, Tsaro-Rusko split, or whatever it is they call it, it made sense. Nixon went over there and tried to woo China over, because we were like, oh, maybe if we get China on our side, it would be better to take on the Soviets. So we went over there, we made peace, well, not peace, but we were like, let's do trade, which all made sense. But then instead of, at the fall of the Soviet Union, sort of reassessing it with China, we just kind of went, we're already here, might as well continue.
Yeah, this is what I mean. So,
and that's when we should have reassessed it then and been like, oh no, we'll do trade with you and everything, but you need to change your ways on this, and this.
Exactly. Well, the thing was, the mindset of a lot of people was, oh, well, capitalism is just such a magnificent, magical thing that they will automatically change their minds once they realize how wonderful capitalism is, and they'll come running, towards our way of thinking, and suddenly democracy will blossom in China. No, it fucking doesn't. This is nonsense. This is the same mindset as going to and bombing the shit out of Iraq and going, well, we're going to bomb the shit out of you, and tomorrow we'll open a Starbucks. And the minute the Starbucks opens, that's it. Democracy will arrive. and you'll have fucking Hooters and McDonald's on every corner of the street. No, it doesn't work that way. On what fucking possible level does anyone think shit works like that? This is the mindset of a child to think that suddenly we're going to give them democracy and there'll be McDonald's in every corner, and it'll just be amazing. No, it won't. Look at Iraq. Iraq gave us fucking ISIS. That's what Iraq gave us. There's your fucking liberation.
I mean, we were shit at nation building and securing the new nation that was Iraq. I mean, we got better on the second nation that we built there, didn't we? That's been a lot more stable.
Libya.
But the problem is now is that new Iraq state is like, fuck America. And it's like, shit. But at least they're democratic, and at least they're not killing the Kurds and shit. At least that's not happening in Iraq anymore. So, I mean, there is a lot of positives out of it.
Well, I mean, this is what I mean. It's just there's a whole bunch of just, I think, naivety, and this is naivety from people who should know better. This isn't like, when I say these people are naive, I'm not talking about 17-year-olds on the internet wearing a Che Guevara fucking shirt. These are fucking like 50, 60, 70-year-old statesmen. These are people who've been in politics for the last 40-odd years. They've seen it all. And you think to yourself, you still didn't fucking learn your lesson. Because this is where the conspiracy theories fucking love this shit. Because you can look at this as a rational person and say, this is a 70-year-old man in people like, what's it called? Kissinger and all these other sort of Bolton and all these guys who are supposedly the advisors of all these things. People like Rumsfeld and George W. Bush Senior, not Junior. Junior's one level above a fucking moron. I mean, he's probably so low IQ. He's probably clinically considered to be retarded. But what I will say is those around him, Rumsfeld and Bolton and all the rest, you would think that these guys know better. And this is where the conspiracies come in. They do know better, and they want this to be the way it is. That's where the conspiracy comes in. Is this isn't an act of accident? This is an act of malevolence. An act of evil, of actual. Well, I don't want to say evil. I'm an atheist, but you know what I mean. It's a deliberate act of harm. They want to destroy these countries because they know that as long as these countries are fighting amongst themselves, they're not going to, build up any kind of armament to fight against us, or they'll to commit anything against us. But the thing is, they gave, they led to the inception of ISIS. And ISIS did harm us. ISIS did blow up children in Manchester. It killed people on London bridges. It killed people in Berlin. In Charlie Hebdo in France. So and actually there was the other one as well. There was that other concert place where they started shooting people. I forgot the name of that one. So yes, so you guys didn't keep us safe either. Your little fucking shitty wars didn't keep us safe, and it didn't improve the lives of the Iraqis. So what actually happened here? You fuckers got rich off it. That's what actually happened. It wasn't about keeping us safe, and it wasn't about Iraqis getting democracy. It was about you bastards filling your pockets, lining your pockets with that sweet, sweet military money, that arms deals, and all the Halliburton no contract bids. What are they called? No tender bids, where they just basically handed over infrastructure contracts to these American corporations for Iraq. So yeah, that's what happened. That's what really happened. So if that's the case, then pardon me for saying go fuck yourselves, every one of you. And every time you come to me and tell me about how you're going to liberate some country, pardon me for fucking having serious doubts over your fucking. I mean, come on. Do you honestly expect any rational person to then believe these assholes when you, as a cursory look at these acts? I'm not saying I'm some kind of fucking political analyst. I'm just some fat moron on the internet. And I looked at this and I can assess that you guys are assholes. How about someone who actually has half a brain? How come they can't see it? Anyone should be able to see it.
I massively disagree with you, mate. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think going to Iraq was definitely the right thing to do. Yeah. And I do believe that Iraq is a better and safer place. I've met countless Iraqis who are glad that Saddam is gone, out of shadow of a doubt. We can all agree that when we got there, it was a shit show. We were terrible with supplying our troops with the correct equipment. We were terrible at looking after them after they'd been to war and stuff like that. But I do believe that it was a greater good that we got rid of them. And yeah, we had some problems, like we had the problem with ISIS and whatnot. And I actually, in a way, blame because of the fact that the Iraq war had gone on for so long that it was getting to the point where publicly it was just bad juju. So all the nations sort of involved sort of like, oh, we'll start withdrawing now, even though we should have stayed. Because this is the thing, nation building isn't something you can do overnight. It takes a long ass time. But we pulled out a little bit too early. That's why we had to go back to Iraq and deal with ISIS.
So do you think that their intentions are honorable as they make out it is? Do you actually still hold to the fact that their intentions, the Americans, the powers
with Bush and whatnot, I don't know. I can't answer that. But with Tony Blair and with Britain, when we were involved in it, I do believe that their intentions were actually justified, and they actually had true intents of making Iraq a better place, safer place. It's like with Gaddafi. I don't understand how anyone can not have wanted to get rid of Gaddafi because of all the stuff. Forgetting the rest of the world and what he was doing with the rest of the world. With Gaddafi, just with what he did to us Brits is enough for me to be like, nah, this man should have gone years ago.
Yeah, but look at Libya now. There are literal slave markets in Libya right now.
Mate, don't get me wrong, it's a shit show now. I'm not disputing that. But it was a half-assed attack, wasn't it? We basically went over there and did airstrikes and then allowed a revolution to happen, thinking that, maybe that will help the situation. But it didn't. They had the revolution. They got rid of Gaddafi, which definitely great for us as Brits, maybe not so great for I'm sure there's a lot of Libyans that are glad that Gaddafi's gone. It's not great, the current situation. But really, if we're going to be involved in these sorts of places and whatnot. We need to go full in. It's either all in or don't fucking do shit all at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can't afford to go all in. This is the problem. The amount of money, the trillions of dollars it literally costs to. I mean, if we stayed in Libya right now, if we had if we were had soldiers on the ground in Libya, as well as in Iraq, as well as in Syria, first of all, Britain is nowhere near capable of handling all of that. So the heavy lifting is going to always have to be done by probably the United States. And the United States isn't, really able to sustain the massive cost that these things have. Even though they say, we'll get the Libyans to pay for it or the Iraqis to pay for it. That's maybe further down the pipeline. And to be honest with you, who knows who really rakes in the cash from that? Because I still think that all these private contractors are going to rake in the cash. This money isn't coming back to the American government. This money is going into the hands of private corporations, Halliburton, Bechtel, all of these companies who are just going to rake it in. And the British and the American people won't even see a dime of return on this. But if you say the intangible return, which is peace in the Middle East or some kind of stabilized Middle East so that they won't send terrorists over. Well, they have sent terrorists over. The terrorist part, then, how do you account for the fact that if this was to keep us safe, this hasn't actually kept us safe? So, where would you actually stand on that part? Has this actually done its fundamental job, which is a government's job to keep its citizens safe?
With Gaddafi, for keeping Brits safe, I think that him just being gone has done Britain great good. We are really a lot safer because of Libya? It. Yes, big time, mate.
How?
It's been proven throughout the whole of the IRA situation that Libya and especially Gaddafi were not only funding but giving them weapons and C4. Not only that, but the Lockerbie bombing, when that Pan Air flight got blown up above the sky of Scotland, killing, I can't remember how many Scots it was. That guy was directly linked to Gaddafi and Gaddafi's regime, and Gaddafi advocated for him to be released and sent home and whatnot. Which we should, mate, as soon as we found out that he was involved in that, we should have just started sending the troops there.
So you think we should have gone to war with Libya over one terrorist attack?
With Gaddafi? Yeah, it's unacceptable, mate. The moment you attack our citizens and you put our citizens in jeopardy, that's it.
Yeah, but, does that justify the cost of God knows how many thousands of deaths? Fair enough. I'd say that the way they overthrew Gaddafi now, or recently, was without any British death. Fair enough, I can take that. But if they'd sent troops into Libya at the time of the Lockerbie bombing, there would have guaranteed to have been possibly thousands of British troops that have died. Would that have actually been worth the cost of overthrowing Gaddafi in the way, for one terrorist attack?
For me, these two people are some of the most evilest people on the face of the earth in modern history, and I think them.
I have no argument.
It is justified.
I have no argument there. I 100% agree with you. As far as them being dicks, they are 100% assholes. They are some of the worst people on the planet. But we support some of the worst people on the planet. Let's not play games. Let's not be coy here. We support the you know who the ruler of Uzbekistan is? The guy.
I know the guy you're on about.
I forgot his name, but you know which one? The guy he's an absolute fucking brutal dictator. He boils people in oil. We support him. We don't have any issues with Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan isn't exactly an evil country on our map yet, because they don't do much to us. They're just killing their own people. But we have a list priority, isn't it? Who's at the top of the list? We can't just turn around and start invading every country at once. Yeah, exactly.
So we got to make a list and go who's worst, who's at the top of the list, and what's got to be dealt with. So don't get me wrong, mate. I know about the guy in Uzbekistan. Also, I got my eye on the guy in Belarus in Eastern Europe. Yeah, he's on the list, but he can carry on for the moment because he's useful to us to deal with Russia. But He's on the list.
Okay.
All these dictators. If you were a dictator and you were oppressing your people, you were on our list.
So they're on the chopping block.
I feel that any Western, democratic, secular society has a duty to liberate people from these dictatorships worldwide. That is.
Yeah, but that means we will be in perpetual war.
We should be willing to fight to defend it.
But we will be we'll be in perpetual war then, if that's the case. There will literally be no time where we'll be at peace, because there's always going to be a dictator.
Nah, I think we start laying down the law. Like we deal with the worst on the list, and we make it known, and we do a decent job. It's mainly the nation building that we fuck up on. We do a better. This is where America needs to ring old Grandpa Britain and be like, "Hey, how do you do nation building? Because you were good at that. You know, let the Americans invade, deal with the troops, and liberate the place. Then send the British in to do the nation building." I can see it working out pretty well. And to be honest, mate, all we got to do is we start taking out the worst at the top. And to be honest with you, China is moving up more and more recently. I mean, they're like third place for me on who to deal with next, if not first now. We deal with them and we make it clear to the world, look, if you're a dictatorship, but you're willing to change and become more liberal and not abuse your people, we'll work with you. You know, that's when we'll do the neoliberalism and whatnot. But if they're not going to play ball and they've seen that we've done it to other countries, we've got rid of this dictator because he's oppressing his people. He knows that once we're done there, he's next on the list unless he plays ball. I'll be honest, there'll be a few countries that will, try and think that they can get away with it. We'll lay down the law, and then the rest will slowly fall into place.
I mean, this raises a whole host of questions of whether we should be the arbiters of these things. I suppose when I think about it, I would rather for America to be the arbiters of laying down rules of morality and codes of conduct than China or Russia. I mean, this is the question me and my brother always get into about like imperialism and these America and the Western Europeans being at the top of the tree. We always talk about it because as Middle Easterners, obviously we are at we're at the whipping end of that stick quite often. So we're the ones who get fucking smacked in the ass every time America tries to lay down the fucking law. So we have our own personal concerns about such things. But me and my brother, to be absolutely honest, we always say, who would you rather be in that position? Would you trust the Chinese? Would you trust the Russians? I don't know who else. What, the Arabs, the Saudis, the Emiratis? Hell no, not in a million years. There isn't any South American nation. I wouldn't trust the Brazilians. I wouldn't trust the Argentinians. What, the fucking Colombians? Maybe.
Sorry. What did you say the name of the country was beginning with A? Argentina. I don't know this country. I know of a country called West Falklands, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to send you the meme of that, mate, because about a week or so ago, I seen this. It's a map of South America, and it basically says where Argentina is for West Falklands, and I'm like, yep, that's what I see when I go on Google Maps every single time.
Oh, that's harsh. That is harsh. But yeah, the place where that guy who had the hand of God. That's another reason.
It comes down to, you are right though. It does come down to that big question of who, because in my worldview is there's always going to be someone that needs to be at the top of the line, the top power. Yeah. Before it was Britain. Before Britain, it was the Holy Roman Empire. Before them, it was the actual Roman Empire. Byzantine. We go on and on throughout history. There's always been an empire in charge of the world. Yep. Right? America is that new one. And I'm going to be honest, out of every country on the planet, if it can't be us Brits, I'm glad it's America. And I will support America all the way. A million times better than Russia, China, Saudi. Anywhere, basically.
Well, this is what
unless the EU became a massive superstate and had an actual big fat army that could rival America, then maybe I might go, nah, fuck America, I'm back in the EU. But But
Yeah, but
that's not
even
happening.
even
So
if
we
the
are.
EU did, the EU wouldn't challenge America. They would just simply join America and create a larger unity and a joint superpower scenario. Although I think a joint superpower scenario, because I think, believe it or not, people
Yeah.
think that the Cold War era was a bad era. I think that was actually a good thing. There was a sharing of the world global power, and so one kept
Yeah.
the other one in balance, in check. And I think that since Russia fell and the Americans just had a free reign, I don't actually think that was. I think there is a thing to be said for a second large power, which will keep America even in check. Even though I would rather America to be the global power than anyone else, if there's to be a single one, I think that if there is a dual power situation, one will always keep the other in check a little bit better than if it's a singular one.
Yeah.
A singular one is a much scarier prospect for me than a dual sort of global power sharing. But I don't think Europe, I don't know, I just don't think the European countries, I mean, look at us, we're leaving fucking Europe because the European Union is such an asshole. And it's such a dictatorial, setup. So I don't think the European nations and the European Union is one to be able to do that. In all honesty, I see China as a more formidable candidate for this position of a second superpower than the European Union. I just don't see the European Union. I don't see the European countries getting it together, because ultimately we despise authoritarianism, and the European Union is an authoritarian system. It's set up that way. It's set up so that it is not answerable to the people. The European Council, the Commission is not answerable to the people. It's not a democratic system. So how can it possibly be considered a democratic organization?
Well, it is in a way, because the council and the committee. So the parliament we vote for, yeah. The committee is made up of all the leaders of all member nations. So our prime minister and every other country's prime minister. But we vote for those prime ministers. So really, that one is also elected. And then the committee as well, because that's made up of ministers. And at least with Britain, all British to be a minister in the British government, you have to be an MP. And obviously, to be an MP, you have to be voted for and made a member of parliament.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
at least for Brits, it is.
Yeah, but the Commission is appointed. The head of the European Union is appointed. These people are not elected.
Yeah, they appoint it between the people, the member nations.
Yeah, exactly. But what I mean is, you're
saying between all the member nations involved, isn't it?
Yeah. But the thing is, you're saying yes, that the member nations have elected officials, and those elected officials or those member nations are the ones. But look at how far removed you and I are from that top position. The way I see it is, I think democracy diminishes the further you're removed from the elected individual. And so if you look at the number of steps, number of stages, how far we are removed from those top people, really we don't really have a say in that. We are so far removed from it. They don't really have to answer to us.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I will admit, it's not a perfect democratic system. It is democratic, but it could be better. But I suppose the other reason that it's set up in the way it is because no nation actually wanted to hand over sovereignty to the EU, like actual true sovereignty. So it's made in a way, like a lot of the laws that get passed, there's like massive exemptions and, caveats for all different nations. And then there's them getting the vote on it through their parliament and stuff.
Yeah, but think about it this way. Think about if the commission wasn't an appointed commission, if it was electable or had some form of electability through the member nations. So the people of the member nations would elect a single individual to go for the position of the head of European Commission. So there'll be 27 members or 28 individuals, which would have been elected directly by each member nation. So then there would be a polling, there would be a voting system in which several candidates within UK will say, I want to stand for the head of the European Commission. They would win their vote for their country. Then there'll be 27, which would then have to go for election for the MPs, the MEPs. They
Yeah,
would
yeah,
then
yeah.
have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
voting system to vote in the commission. I would say at least at the
Yeah.
minimum that would be more democratic.
I'm not disputing that the EU definitely needs some reform in quite a lot of areas. And yeah, I do think that especially, I mean, yeah, it is democratic, but there could be a more
I think
direct
it's they've done
democratic
it.
way with the people.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think this is purposeful. I don't think this is an accident. I think they want to cut the people out, and so they figured out a way to give the illusion of democracy whilst at the same time cutting the people out. You see, I think you have such a rosy glasses of this organization. I am much more pessimistic. I look at them as malevolent. I don't look at them as benevolent, and they're accidentally getting things wrong. I see people who want power, who want to increase their power, who want to consolidate their power, and they will use every trick in the book to pretend to be democratic in order to cut the people out systematically, and they will increase that power more and more. I don't, because a lot of people are like, oh well, we can, if we were inside the European Union, we could then reform it and shrink it and reduce their bureaucracy. No, which bureaucracy on the planet has ever shrunk rather than expand? There is no way in hell they're gonna shrink. They will only grow. That's the entire purpose of bureaucracies, is that they will simply wish to increase their power and their status, and so they will create more bureaucracy to hide their nefarious actions. But that's because I am exceedingly pessimistic when it comes to these organizations. I don't see them as benevolent actors. I see these people as genuinely people who are just out for their own pocket, for their own self-serving interests, and they want to increase their power and influence. They're not out for the little people. I just don't believe them. I don't believe anyone in these positions of power in the European Union. I don't believe our own politicians. 90% of our own politicians are tossers, and they're out for their own pockets. So why would I extend that generosity to a bunch of bureaucrats in Europe? The guy's down the road from me who's begging me for his vote, I think he's a self-serving little bitch. Let alone the guy who's in Europe. I just can't accept that these guys. I haven't seen any indicator that these guys are genuinely benevolent, genuinely love what they, the love of the European people. I don't see it. I see it as a bunch of self-serving virtue signaling. Oh, they'll virtue signal that they love everyone, but when it comes to their actual actions, no, I don't see it that way. I see them as self-serving all the time, because I don't see politicians. I just think that the role of the politician is, there's an old saying. They say the man who is who has to be dragged kicking and screaming should become the president. The one who asks you for the job should never get the job. This is how they should have presidents and prime ministers, is the guy who has to be dragged into the office kicking and screaming because he recognizes the magnitude of the responsibility that he has to take on, and he just absolutely doesn't want to have anything to do with it, but he is the one that should be. So the one who doesn't want it should be the one elected, and yet we never have that. In the last 100 years, has there been a politician who says, I don't want to be a politician? I think you have to go back as far as, Washington, George Washington and Jefferson and all those guys in America, because most of them were farmers, and they actually, once they finished their political careers, they went back to becoming a fucking farmer. That's because they preferred farming to being a politician. They genuinely gave a shit because they went out and they were revolutionaries, and they just wanted to get rid of their authoritarian regime that was over them. And they did it begrudgingly. They didn't do it because they wanted to be in that position. Ever since then, that sort of little period, that's in the American sense, but in the British or the European sense, because we came from kingdoms. Most of these, European nations, the Middle East, we all had some sort of a king over us for a long time. I guess you could say maybe Cromwell was a begrudging revolutionary. I guess maybe.
Cromwell.
I don't know. What do you think about Cromwell?
He was an authoritarian leader. I mean,
He was, but he gave
he
up his
overthrew
position.
the monarchy and then replaced himself as dictator.
Was he really a dictator then when he replaced himself?
Yeah, he wasn't called dictator, but he was like Lord Sheriff, which basically made him the highest authority in Britain. And then he also made his position hereditary, so his son could inherit it.
So what happened? That
Actually, I've got an interesting story about him. So when the Labour Party were elected in the 50s after the war, looking for Republican British people to sort of praise, the only person they could think of was Cromwell. So they put up a picture of Cromwell in this meeting room in Downing Street. This is what this alleged story is. I don't know how accurate it is, but basically they stick in this picture, and the first meeting they had with another nation is the Irish. And if there's anyone that the Irish hate the most out of the British, it's Cromwell, because he started a pretty much 8-year genocide in Ireland.
Holy sh!
Yeah.
Fucking hell. So I guess he wasn't really. I mean, I know he was a very much a Christian Puritan, and he was, he did have a, he was a dictator type character. But what happened then? Since he made his position hereditary, how did that break? Because that broke at some point, right?
Yeah, it was 30, I think it was like 13 years afterwards. I think, all his supporters basically were like, nope, fuck this. We're going to bring back the Charles II, bring the king back. It's better.
Aha, okay. So they actually kind of revolted against Cromwell himself.
Yeah. In a way, yeah.
Interesting. So he wasn't that he kind of carried on.
Its advertisement and it being shown to the people. It was very bad at its own PR. That's the simplest way of putting it, yeah? But in my opinion, the biggest problem with even just small reform of the EU, either it be just reform of the current system, making it a little bit more democratic, or even more integration, Britain has been the biggest advocate against anything at all. The British have always, the position has been keep it as status quo, when you have tons of other, especially Eastern European nations, wanting more and more integration and wanting change and reform of the European Union. And now that, because in my opinion, people say that, Brussels controls Britain and it's Germany, the Chancellor, Angela Merkel. Now, yeah, that is true. As of today, Macron and Chancellor Merkel, they are running that show. They are now. That I agree 100% that they actually run the European Union. Up until the day before Brexit, it is always, in my opinion, since we joined, been Britain that is running the show. Britain leading the way. Britain says Europe did, and then we had our referendum, decided we're going to leave, and now, well, yeah, Germany truly does run the EU with France.
But could it be that they always did run the show? It's just now it's come to surface that we actually now see it for what it is. Or was there actually a time where Britain actually did hold the reins?
Yeah, I believe, in my opinion, that Britain actually truly held the reins over that all.
Or were they just simply the counterbalance to France and Germany? They were pulling the other way when as the French and the Germans were trying to rapidly increase their influence over the European Union. Britain was the only one that was pulling the other way.
France maybe, but with Germany it was, I think Germany's policy was always follow the bigger powers and work with them, because it's better to work with them than fight against them. So they would work with Britain and France. France, on the other hand, because they weren't rebuilding from the whole Nazism and the reunification, and obviously the history of France and Germany over like the last 1,000 years, they were a bit more like, nah, fuck Britain, and try to put up a fight against us. But I still think that Britain ultimately ran the show there up until the day that we voted to leave. That's when a lot of our power diminished.
Okay.
And now it's pretty much gone.
I mean, I'll be honest, I never really thought Britain Britain had that much influence. I always saw it as a German project with a heavy French influence, but I never saw Britain. I always saw Britain as the power that did resist a little bit, like, you know, the euro and all of these things. We were always the outliers. We were always the the naughty kid in the family. We were the black sheep in that family.
That's the thing with a lot of these policies that get implemented by the EU. 90% of them are dumped on, look, this is European law, but it's up to you as the state to actually, if you want to have it or not, a lot of the time. I think when we got in the EU, we started taking more control because we were more of a world superpower that compared to all the other members. You know, we're talking like in the 70s now when Britain actually joined. Because I don't know if you know this, but like during the beginning of the, common market, France, mainly Charles de Gaulle, constantly blocked us from actually joining the EU time and time again. They also kind of considered us a little bit of the sick man of Europe because we were kind of a bit, broke.
Yeah.
We were poor during the 70s. But then we joined, things were great for our economy, and we started taking over.
I see. So then you say that actually from what, the 70s, the 80s onwards, we actually took a lot more of the control over Europe. So we had far more, because I suppose really maybe that's, you see, I do admit that a lot of the the reason a lot of people sort of started to hate British people, started to hate the European Union, was because of the massive influx of the Eastern European bloc after the Europe opened its doors effectively to the Eastern bloc. I don't
blame Europe for that. I blame our government for that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. I think a lot of people in Britain started blaming the European Union for it, while that was really the fault of our own politicians. That was Tony Blair and the Labour Party's fault. It wasn't really the European Union. The European Union, the French and the Germans and all the other countries, they protected themselves. They didn't allow all they had a cap on the number of immigrants and so on. Britain just didn't hold a cap.
The biggest one is when the Albania joined Europe. They did like a timeline over. I can't remember the exact details, but I think it was something like you join as a member now, and then you get these rights in this period of time, and then like you get more integrated with what the rest of the EU has, like free movement and so on and so on. Yeah. Like joining the euro if they wanted to, I think is like longer down the road. But anyway, one of the big things about them joining was that if I remember correctly, the European Union said it's up to each member state on what rights you get. So you can have the right to go to said country, but you won't have the right to work there, which is kind of what Britain did. We said when they joined, oh yeah, you can come live here, not a problem. Yes. But you can't work here in Britain. And we didn't give them work rights. And I think that went on for like 2 years,
but
I want to say.
Live here and not work, and then you expect them not to be on benefits either. I mean, that's like the most insane combination of crap you could possibly have. That is nuts. What kind of moron would set a policy like that? Tell a bunch of people to come here, but not allow them to work, and then wonder why your benefit system is hemorrhaging so badly.
I can't remember if it was like deliberate or if it was just a big fucking bureaucratic fuck up. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it some because it's been a long time since I looked at that.
That is unbelievable. That this is. I mean, you see, this is the pro EU guys. The Remainers. I kind of get some sympathy from those things, because I recognize that there was a huge amount of failure from the British politicians, which created this animosity towards Europe in Britain, and people blamed Europe, while really it was British politicians that were at fault, that caused these issues. So to some extent I accept that. I mean, for me it wouldn't have changed anything, because for me, it was a principle of democracy, and I saw the European Commission for what it is, and how it's removed itself or tried to distance itself from real democracy as much as possible. It's put us 7th or 8th level down from actually having any say over their activities. And so for those reasons, I would have always voted for Brexit, because it was a matter of principle. It was a matter of looking at bureaucratic politicians and seeing what they're trying to do. Again, my black pill, if you like, vision of Europe, which is what I have, is I'm very skeptical of those guys. So for me, someone like me, it wouldn't have changed anything. But I think that it would have convinced enough people to have voted Remain, where that 54, 47, whatever the ratio was, could have potentially shifted towards Remain. So there is that possible situation, which is the failure of British politicians, really. It's nothing to do with,
and also,
I shouldn't be the one out there, for calling for fighting their corner. That's what the British politicians, they should have owned up to this. Those Remainer politicians should have actually gone out and said, yes, I'm sorry, especially those Labour Remainers. They should have said, you see Tony Blair here? You see this bus? I'm going to throw him right under that fucker. I'm going to run right over him on this bus. In fact, I'll reverse a couple of times and I'll make sure I flatten that fucker. But they didn't, because Tony Blair was still out in interviews and shit, and not a single Labour politician looked him in the eye and said, you asshole, you did this to us. It's because of your actions and your ineptitude that the British public hate the European Union so much, because you fucked up on the Eastern European policies. So no one threw Tony Blair on the bus. Not a single, not even a freaking Brexit politician. Nobody wanted to throw Tony Blair under the bus, and it was firmly in his fucking court. The ball was in his court. He should have done something about this. Sorry, I went on.
I see what you're saying. That's all right. I also think that during the whole campaign, because obviously Britain leaving the EU, right? I accepted that. That was it. My biggest gripe with the whole thing was, even on the Remain side, their arguments and their counters to the Brexiteers were just either, no, that's not true, it's a lie, it's right-wing propaganda, or throwing typical far lefty things like racist and whatnot. Like, here's an example. Even for 10 years before the referendum happened, people were bitching and moaning about Farage, but no one who was pro-Europe really ever highlighted the fact that Nigel Farage would come back to Britain and be like, the EU is taking away our fishery rights and blah, blah, blah. We're losing our fisheries and blah, blah, blah. The EU is regulating us on this, on the fisheries. We actually sat on the European Fisheries Committee and could have changed European policy on that. But he didn't. And no one wanted to highlight that about Nigel Farage and other pro-Brexit MEPs that Britain's put forward, but they didn't want to talk about that at all.
Well,
they didn't mention these things.
But the thing is, you got to realize it's the Remainers that should have fought that corner. They should have been highlighting this.
That's what I'm saying. They should have been highlighting this, but they didn't. They just wanted to go with the typical buzzwords, or just be like,
racist. They think racist wins an argument, and it doesn't. Racist is not an argument. Calling someone this is. Oh, by the way, since you're having a conversation with Ralph and the others later on, avoid, at least, and it's going to be exceedingly hard. It's not going to be easy. Even I've fallen into that trap myself. Desperately check yourself on Nazi. It is so hard not to say, you fucking Nazi. I know you're a fucking Nazi. Quit bullshitting me about this shit. You goose-stepping brown man.
Fuck it, that's how I'm starting that conversation tomorrow. Straight up, Ralph, you're a fucking goose-stepping brown Nazi. Defend that claim. Defeat that claim.
This is what I mean. Try desperately to check yourself on that. And it's not easy. I'm not kidding. It's not going to be easy, but it is vital.
And he's going to try and goad me all day on that conversation. He's going to try and goad me into doing that. I know it, but I'm not going to let him have it. I'm just going to be with Ralph is just having a nice civil English conversation with him. That's my plan.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, I myself have actually I've crisscrossed that a few times. It was really hard not to really, bring it out. The comparisons it's there for the taking, and it is true. So I've managed to myself fall back onto the Taliban because they are the white Taliban, effectively. I mean,
White Sharia. That's what we're talking about,
it's
really.
white Sharia is what they want. It's basically white Sharia is what they're advocating for. So I have fallen onto the white Taliban, or the white ISIS. The white ISIS is like but the funny thing is, Ralph's even admitted himself that their morality is actually in sync with the far right Islamists. That is not that you're not actually strawmanning him in that case, because he himself agrees that the far right Islamists are in line in their moral codes and moral stages as the right wing, white nationalists. So then he's not actually this isn't something he can deny. He's on board with this. All you have to do is, I think, hammer that home, and to make sure that the audience recognizes you call for PA, you advocate for PA and Ralph, you advocate for the British version of the Taliban. That is what you want in this country. You want the Taliban, the Christian Taliban, to run shit here. And maybe that will put the fear of fucking God into them to never go anywhere near that shit, because I've seen them. They hate the gays. Oh my God, do they hate the gays? And actually, they hate the Jews, and a close second is the gays. The Jews win that race every time. But the gays...
What I need to do is I need to make sure that this... Hang on, let me just move this. And make sure that this flag is prominent during the whole stream.
Oh, definitely.
Ralph.
Definitely.
Oh, God. Oh, rub that. Oh, get that chew all over me, Ralph. Rub the chew on me, Ralph.
Oh, you fucked yourself now. rub the lachaim. Rub it. Feel the shalom.
Feel the shalom, Ralph. But no, okay, jokes aside, I do love Ralph. I love chatting with Ralph. I think he's a lovely
Ralph.
He's just got some mad ideas. And tomorrow, I just want to sit down and talk to him and find out what his mad ideas are. And you never know, he might say something and I'll be like, shit, Ralph, I agree with that. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
This is the thing. The thing is, this is what tears me on the inside is the people that I've spoken to who consider themselves part of the the sort of PA, the Patriotic Alternative Group. I like them so much. The guys like Fee Green and Ralph and the bunch of people that I've talked to. These people are likable people. They're very, very personable, very likable individuals, genuine, decent people. I don't think of them as like nefarious and evil and corrupt. I just think that their ideas are vastly wrong, and they are coming from a good place, but they've found the wrong ideas. Now, with Mark Collette and his ilk, I have a different perspective. I don't think he's coming from necessarily a good place. I think that he's too smart to just be naively fooled into this shit. Even Ralph, I have some doubts, because Ralph is incredibly smart. You can never deny his intelligence.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say that Ralph is a stupid lad. He is very fucking smart.
He's very intelligent. He's very well read. He's privately educated. So his intelligence is there. So for him to advocate what he advocates, I see it as, I think he's fundamentally got the wrong position on these. He's got the wrong ideas. Now, this is a battle of ideas. This is a battle of thoughts. So we will argue this out, and whoever wins the argument, or whoever convinces the most people. This is what I keep saying to Ralph is, we're in the business of influencing friends, making friends and influencing people.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, all is fair in love and war, and I will fight my corner, he fights his corner, and we will see where the chips fall, and that's all we can do. I feel that he's fundamentally wrong, just like you feel that I'm fundamentally wrong with Brexit. You know, you have a strong stance in Brexit. We both fight our corners, and we go to the voting booths, and we make our call, and we see where the chips fall. It just happens that this is the way things are, and it's fair enough. I'm not gonna bitch and moan about it if PA suddenly wins their arguments, but I'm certainly not gonna let them just walk all over this shit. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna let them walk to the finish line. They're gonna have to win. They're gonna have to earn every vote and every sympathy and every click and every member of their organization. They're gonna have to win that person. They're gonna have to go out there and fight for every individual, because there'll be people like me and yourself and Anne-Marie Walters and millions of others who will fight for our corners and for our cause, because we feel that we are fundamentally right and we've got the moral position, and that's the beauty of democracy. That's the beauty of a free society, is as we will fight our corners, and good luck. See where the chips fall, but don't expect it to be a cakewalk, and don't expect it not to be a bloodbath, because we will all bring our best game, or at least we hope we bring our A game.
I will say this though, if you're still listening, you got to watch out, because I'm going to be flirting with you the whole stream. I love you, Ralph, and I'm going to show you how much tomorrow. It's got to be done.
Oh,
ABK,
yeah.
Big ups to Amy.
Hey, Amy. Hey, I don't know how long you wanted to run this for. We're an hour and a half in, Jay. So whenever you feel like calling this a day, let me know, and I'll shift the conversation. Maybe open the panel to other people. I don't know how you feel about these sort of things. How are you for?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm mate for time. I'll tell you how I am for time. Let me just get my schedule. Actually, no, I've got a meme that'll explain my schedule very well, and I'll show you. Hold on. All right, where is that meme? Oh my God, I have way too many fucking memes. This is the problem with having the mobile on my phone, is you can never find them. But basically, it's a meme of a schedule, and it says, walk around the house doing nothing from like 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. Then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. cry, and then walk around the house from 4 p.m. till 10 p.m. and then go to bed. And then repeat every day.
The crying bit is
you gotta have an hour of cry in the day, I suppose, now.
Oh shit. The crying. It's just, you don't realize how close to reality that actually has been for me.
I know.
The other day, I was watching this really sad movie, and somebody died, and I was like, oh God, this is. I was like, stop being such a pussy. Pick yourself up. Sorry, we've got Pavlov. Pavlov in the house. Big up, Pavlov. Jay, I don't know if you know who Pavlov is. Pavlov is a regular at Speaker's Corner. He comes down and he debates, and he's a aspiring actor and all the other things. Pavlov, cheers to you, my good sir. What are you up to?
Banksy, the king of trolls. How's it going, my homie?
I'm
Big
good.
up, King Banksy, King Banksy.
So what do you got to say, Pavlov? How is things? What have you been up to since you haven't been able to go to Speaker's Corner? Have you also have a schedule which involves crying at some point in the day?
Well, why don't I show you instead of telling you what I've been up to?
All right.
No?
Gordon's June.
Why not? Why not? Vodka and gin. It's got to be
Is that
done.
vodka? Yeah.
Look like vodka.
Holy shit. So you're stocked up.
Actually,
well.
I just got this from a friend of mine. It's full of water.
I know. I saw you do a little troll there.
Yeah.
But you see this now. I'm sorry, I guess you can't actually see this. Right now.
Yeah.
But if you, Pavlov, if you watch the stream, you will see what I'm pointing on the stream. Now this is real gin, and it's full of fucking actual gin. It'll take about 5 seconds for you to catch up. The stream is a little bit behind, but
yeah, it's kind of a little bit delayed. But I'm sure I'll see it eventually.
Exactly. That is actual gin, though. That is not fucking around. I ain't fucking around with that one. That's real proper gin.
I see it, Hendrickson.
There you go.
That's some beautiful stuff. That is.
It's good stuff. It is good stuff. I recommend it. It's actually Robert De Niro's favorite drink as well.
So, really?
So you know we're not messing around.
Exactly.
Rich guy Banksy getting all the money.
No, the gin isn't that expensive. Well, it's expensive if you buy it in shops, in like bars and clubs. It's like, I mean, the most expensive glass of this drink I've had was in Dubai, and it was the equivalent of about £19.
Jesus.
For one fucking drink. I immediately went, I am switching to beer from now on. Immediately, it made me a beer drinker that evening. But if you buy it in a shop, the whole bottle is like £30. The whole bottle is £30, and yet and yet they charged me nearly £20 for one glass. This is MC. MC's from Poland.
Nice image there.
How's it going, MC?
Track me down here. It's all your fault.
You don't want to
It's
come.
the other Pavel. It's the other Pavel.
It's the other. No, Pavlov, you're Hungarian, right? Or Lithuanian?
Me?
I'm sorry. Am I mixing it up? Where did I get it wrong?
I was Russian, but I can be mistaken.
No. MC is definitely
Keep
Polish.
trying, guys.
No.
Keep trying.
Not Lithuanian. Hungarian.
No.
Lithuanian.
No.
I thought it was Hungarian. I was so sure it was Hungarian.
Okay.
Okay, well, MC, what do you think?
Last thing. Polish, Czech, Slovak. I give up.
Come on, guys. Nobody saw the video of me talking to a Russian guy about the situation in Ukraine. I'm
Ukrainian, of course. Ukrainian. You see, I would normally be a UK Iranian, and so I could also qualify as a Ukrainian. But
really?
because I'm a UK Iranian.
Okay, I get it. Good
So
job.
what is the latest with Speaker's Corner? Give me an update, Banksy. And what's the situation?
Actually, it's all on lockdown. But Pavlov, when was the last time you were there? You were there fairly recently, as in like 3-4 weeks ago, right?
Recently. So I was there, about 3-4 weeks ago. And actually there was some people there. There was like 3-4 other people who I was talking to for a while. But then, PC Barnes, the tallest cop in the block, came around and told us to go home. Very kindly. He's a very nice guy. He's never rude to people. He told us to go home. But yeah, I never came after that because he just sends people away.
Yeah. I gathered they were telling people, but that was that at the time of the whole social distancing and also getting everyone to stay home. So the very last time you were there was the time when they actually were enforcing the whole stay at home, don't come out thing, or was it still not enforced?
Yeah. So it was in that awkward period between when they told us to stay home and we actually were sure how much of that stay home they want to enforce. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
the
how
early
strict
days.
are they being?
Yeah.
It was in that slightly awkward moment. Now we know how strict they want to be with it. So there's no surprises now. In those days, we still weren't sure if we could count it.
All right. So what happened the week prior to that when the most amount of people showed up? Were people still close quarters? I mean, we're talking like only a week or so, and this virus has been going on since January. So was anyone wearing gloves and masks and worried? I mean, what was the situation? What was the feel in that?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that was the week on which Heiko went on a complete meltdown. Did you watch that?
Oh yes, he did go. Yeah, in front of COE's camera. Yeah.
Look, just for the audience, for the people who might have seen it, I kind of feel a little bit bad because I shouldn't have acted like I was coughing at him. I obviously didn't end up coughing at him. I was covering myself up, and I spent the previous days. Yeah, you know, in the video, I'm kind of trolling him a bit. But I wouldn't have done anything if he didn't start insulting me like in the beginning.
What did
when
he
I came
say?
to conversation, I saw there was a bunch of people trying to heckle him. And I said, okay, guys, let's calm down. Let's ask some questions. And then I tried to speak to him. And he started shouting at me, calling me names and shit. And I thought, well, fuck you, man. I'm not supposed to, you know.
I think
with
he
this
thought you were still
bullshit.
part of the hecklers. Maybe he misunderstood the sort
Yeah,
of,
probably.
yeah, he thought you
I
were.
mean, even if he thought I was part of the hecklers, I don't think he could just start calling names to somebody who didn't call him anything on that day.
Could you
like-
refresh us and Jay and the audience about? I mean, I saw the meltdown, but what was he talking about in particular?
Right, sure. I was there before I started talking to him. I listened for a little bit, for a good while actually. You know, Heiko was. I actually didn't disagree on everything he was saying, only on some parts. He was saying that there should be blah 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 lockdown, all that. Oh, Steve! Look, Steve, one of the main hecklers of that situation. Kicking up the
Hello,
devil.
how you doing?
How's it going, brother?
Big up, Steve.
I'm good, I'm
warming
good.
up, bro.
Hi,
This
Steve.
is
Hi there,
warm,
hi
man.
Banksy.
How's it going? How's it going, Steve? Well, sorry.
Oh, a bit
Go on.
stir crazy.
Yeah.
Why don't we actually hear Steve tell his side of the story, and then I'll tell you what I thought of the situation, because Steve was there before me.
Okay, Steve. What do you think about Heiko's meltdown during that the last the last couple of weeks of Speaker's Corner?
I have to say I was pretty surprised. Okay, I've always disagreed with his politics, but you know, he's one of the more intellectual speakers, intellectual regulars that we get at Speaker's Corner. And I was genuinely shocked to see him going a bit psycho about the virus. I don't know what's caused it really.
Was he going psycho?
But he seriously
about...
went psycho. I think that.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
But what about the whole virus thing and how it's being handled? I mean, I remember seeing him the last time he came to the corner before the lockdown, and he looked a bit deranged. He genuinely looked a bit deranged about it. He seemed to be really, really worried about it, and that it was Armageddon about to hit us. And as I say, I disagree with his politics, but he's usually reasonably measured in what he says and how he says it. But he seemed to be a bit
was
psychologically disrupted by it, I'd say.
Was he upset in regards to people blaming China? Did he have any issues of that?
No, I mean he's obviously he's very pro-Chinese. So I think he's half Chinese, but it was more that this is a very, very serious thing and no one's taking it seriously. And that I think he was suggesting that the lockdown should have happened a lot quicker than it did, and he was just thinking, just saying that it was very, very serious, and that he didn't think at that point that the authorities were taking it seriously enough, and the people, Joe Public, weren't taking it seriously enough.
Oh, okay, that's quite interesting, because I thought I actually thought his meltdown was in defense of China and how people are blaming China for all of this, and he wanted to elevate or relieve China of its sole blame, effectively, for this whole situation.
Yeah, partially it was.
So he did have a pro-Chinese sort of statement, if you like.
Of course, he always has a pro-Chinese demeanor. If China nuked the US, he would still say it's the US's fault. There's no other way to it. I'm not joking, man. I'm not joking. Heiko would say it's the US's fault.
You want to tell me that he's like a Noam Chomsky wannabe son?
He's the long lost son of Noam Chomsky.
Do you have a link to this at all? Is there any video of this? Because I'm not sure who this geezer is you guys are talking about.
Yeah, of course there is.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
I was just saying earlier, I don't have a. Is there a video of the last weekend that he came before the lockdown? That would probably be the best one to see.
I think it would be the COE video, wasn't it? Content over everything.
Yeah.
He had one of his last.
And the comments on that video, magnifique. Everybody defending Heiko, everybody saying, "Oh, those people, those hecklers, wastemen, pathetic children." Oh, so funny.
Wait a minute. We've got coronavirus holding at which because I'm trying to find it, but I don't know exactly what COE labeled it. I've got here COVID-19 global crisis government response, and that was 4 weeks ago.
Yeah. On the thumbnail, there's me and Heiko on the thumbnail.
So it's you and Heiko
thumbnail.
on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
yes,
more people.
Heiko,
That's the one.
Ku on the coronavirus speakers corner. Yeah, found it.
Whereas I like to call him Heiko Cuckoo.
Heiko. Okay, Jay, I'm posting the link on the side chat now, guys.
Daxi.
Excellent.
No worries. I mean, I can play some of this highlights if you guys want to get into this. I don't know if it's up to you guys. If you guys are really want to get into the haiku sort of situation. Let me see if I can get this thing playing. Maybe it might be worth a little giggle.
Lots of giggles, bro. Lots of giggles.
Okay, give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna share the screen. Hold on. You guys can see my screen now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
There he is. Oh, he's got. This
Here we
is.
have the beginning. It all starts calm with Heiko, usually very composed, very, very good, the demeanor, very good way of speaking, because he knows what he's doing, It always starts very intellectual. But
Also-
then, through the video, it slowly degrades.
So the descent to madness is a slow slope.
It's a slow one, yeah. It goes slowly, and then it goes really fast out of hand, really
Yeah,
quickly.
and I will note he has a laptop in his hand, so this is
Yeah.
serious shit. We're not messing around here. Normally,
Oh.
Haiku just does these things off the top of his head. He doesn't have any sort of laptops or tablets or anything like that. So when he has a laptop, we know this shit is serious. This shit is real. Shit just got real.
I racially
Yeah.
judged this
When
guy
he's-
wrongly because I was expecting an Asian guy. I was just skipping through the video and I'm looking because you said haiku and you're saying he's pro-China, so I was that doesn't sound like a white dude, like this white dude name,
There's lots of white dudes having a fetish with Chinese
No,
politics.
I think he's mixed race though. I think he is actually half
Well,
Chinese, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, he's half
The Chinese have a word
Chinese,
for him.
half East
He doesn't
German.
look like it, though. He doesn't look
Well,
like it.
but the Chinese have a word for him. It's called baizu or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, white
maybe.
left. I think it's white left.
I
How they-
see.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
I spoke with
let's-
a chick. She told me about that.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is an hour long, so we'll probably skip most of it. But shall we just begin the little bit at the beginning and see
you
how...
from Speaker's Corner,
Yeah, sure.
and
Yeah,
the date
you
is
can
the
see it
8th
starts
of March,
pretty calm.
Yeah, okay, this is
and I'm going to be talking about coronavirus and China and Britain's response. I'm going to start off with a short, it's a video, but I'm sure you won't be able to see the video, so I'm just going to play a couple of seconds of the audio of the Chief Medical Officer in Britain advising the government about policy and reaction to
I'm gonna
coronavirus.
speed this bit
And
up,
this was a
because-
statement he made
Good one.
at the Committee on Social Affairs with Jeremy Hunt interviewing him and other members of Parliament and officials
It's
interviewing
not
him.
the fact that I'm speeding it up because we want to get through this faster. I could just skip, but I just do it for comedy purposes.
Yeah, you got it.
And here we have Professor Chris Whitty. I've written to him,
I mean, you
challenging
can
what he
just
said. I've
skip
received no reply
through
to
the
date,
video if
but
you
I
wanna
ask
do
you
it
all,
fast,
whoever sees
so-
this, to take note of what is being said.
But it's still hilariously funny watching it.
Now listen to
in this.
The number of cases in the world recorded to date is
Thanks
100,000.
to the
To
king
go
of
figure,
comedy.
if 20% of the population of Hubei had got the disease out of 58.5 million, it would be something around 13 or 10, 12, 13 million people had come down with the illness. He's saying that's the figures. This is a blatant and obvious
Are
lie.
subtitles
I think we're...
appearing really fast with the sped up video? Put the subtitles on. I want to see if they appear and disappear really fast. I never actually thought about it.
English automatically generated. There you go.
Let's see.
Blatant, obvious lie. I think where it is. Look at that guy looking at him, the runner.
Like, what's this geezer doing in London with a fucking laptop?
What the fuck?
The reaction
Like
of that
training,
man
bro.
is just as funny.
The meme moment, the meme moment, the meme moment.
Yes, that's a caption. That's a moment for a bubble, like a thought bubble over his head.
don't think he's intending to tell a lie, so I'll take that back in this respect. What I think has happened is, at the government emergency planning meeting, the COBRA meeting, probably, and I'd like to see the minutes and details of that meeting, probably people like Dominic Cummings and others who are influenced by the far-right strand, linked to people like Steve Bannon, the so-called China expert Gordon Chang, who are members of an organisation called the Committee for, what was it called? Basically, they're a member of an organisation set up a couple of years ago called the Committee on the Current Danger, with a hyphen China. It was originally set up to fight the Soviet Union. And this Committee on the Current Danger China, they had Gordon Chang was there, Steve Bannon was there, and Steve Bannon a couple of weeks ago said that the virus is affecting far, far more people in China than the official statistics are given. And he was basically calling for the Chinese to open all their information systems to the standard Western information systems, to allow Western doctors and experts into China, otherwise they will be to blame for the deaths which happen in China. Now, this was the argument of Steve Bannon. There was also a figure given by the Falun Gong, which is a religious sect controlled by a maniac in the United States of America, who in their newspaper, which for some reason nowadays seems to be treated as some sort of truth organ, in this newspaper they claimed that the possible infection rate in China may be 10 times what is said. So that might explain why someone like Chris Whitty or perhaps Dominic Cummings or Boris Johnson can turn around and say such idiotic comments as in Hubei 20% of the population came down with the disease. The real figure in Hubei is less than 0.5%. So the government's official officer in charge of the information campaign in Britain has falsified the information by a factor of 40 when he's talking about the cases in Britain. Now, the indication to justify my argument that this is ideologically driven misrepresentation is that Boris Johnson also stated after the COBRA meeting that we should expect up to 20% of the population who are working to be off work with coronavirus during the next few months or next few weeks. Now,
I stepped away. What happened?
We want you to rewind like a couple of seconds because there's some kid drove past and said something loudly, and then he was doing wheelies, and it looked like he might have pulled a movie.
Turn around and say such idiotic comments as in Hubei 20% of the population came down with the disease. The real figure in Hubei is less than 0.5%. So
I think it was just about
the virus is affecting far, far more people in China than the official statistics are given. And he was basically calling for the Chinese to open all their information systems to the standard Western information systems, to allow Western doctors and experts into China.
Hold on.
Otherwise,
let me change the speed.
Yeah, what a catastrophe, letting Western doctors into China. You can't let them see what you don't want to see, do you?
They will be to blame for the
that's his argument against the West.
Deaths which happen in China. Now, this was the argument of Steve Bannon. There was also a figure given by the Falun Gong, which is a religious sect controlled by a maniac in the United States of America, who in their newspaper, which for some reason nowadays seems to be treated as some sort of truth organ, in this newspaper they claimed that the possible infection rate in China may be 10 times what is said. So that might explain why someone like Chris Whitty or perhaps Dominic Cummings or Boris Johnson can turn around and say such idiotic comments as in Hubei 20% of the population came down with the disease. The real figure in Hubei is less than 0.5%. So the government's official officer in charge of the information campaign in Britain has falsified the information by a factor of 40.
That was
it.
Rewind.
Just a little bit.
Hold on. It's right here.
0.5%. So the government's official officer in charge of the information campaign in Britain has falsified the information by a factor of 40.
He pulled his ass. He pulled his pants down.
Yes, kid. He's like, get this in the fucking camera, Banksy. What a legend.
Hold on.
But it's even more glorious because the guy is talking out of his ass. So it's even more glorious.
5%.
No kidding. What a catastrophe, letting Western medics don't let that happen.
He got full cheek as well, mate. Fair play to that kid. He went full on butt crack and all.
Savage, bro, savage.
Charge of the information campaign in Britain
Oh, wait, leave it.
has
There you go.
falsified the information.
Here he comes. There's the ass. There's the ass.
Yes,
There's
kid.
the ass.
Yes.
Worth it.
Oh, fuck. I'm downloading this video right now, and I'm clipping that out, and I'm tweeting it.
The whole video could be summed up in that scene.
Yeah.
5%.
He's coming. He's coming. And, oh, come on, I went too far.
Government.
What's the timestamp, Banksy?
The timestamp
Oh,
is 5
like 5
minutes,
minutes
and
and-
I think 5:05.
In charge
Hold on.
of the
5:05.
information
5:06. Hold on.
campaign.
The first sighting of the ass. Here we go. Here we
Beat
go.
you to it, Jay. Tweeting it.
It is.
Oh, you bastard.
And there it is. There it is at 5:09. 5:09 is the first sighting of the crack.
Did anyone order the crack tonight?
I'm so fucked up. I'm taking crack. And there it is. The first sighting of the crack. It's the Kraken.
Nice piggy bank.
As Zeus says, release the Kraken. I'm sorry, this
Jesus
degenerated very quickly. Look at that. Two
He even
slaps.
slaps it for more effect.
Okay.
This in your fucking video.
About the cases
Gives a whole new
cases
meaning
in
to
Hubei
photobomb.
province. Now, the indication to justify my argument that this is an ideologically driven misrepresentation of what is happening is that Boris Johnson
This is a
also
serious stream,
stated
people.
after
There
the
he is.
Cobra
Look
Look at that
meeting
Oh,
wheelie.
we should
Look at that
expect-
wheelie.
we should expect Boris Johnson also
This guy has
stated
skills.
Hold on. There's so much happening in this video. It's unbelievable.
I know, right? Another single person commented about the crack, man. Dude, I'm mind blown.
Sorry?
So disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Not a single person commented about the crack in the video.
Well, I think I'm the one that fucking found the crack, mate.
True.
But I'm actually going to put a
Finder.
timestamp in the comments and be like,
Jay is the crack
crack,
hunter.
hashtag crackgate.
Praise the crack discoverer.
The crack hunter.
Crack hunt.
20% of the population who are working to be off work, sick
At
with
what point you
coronavirus
guys know that-
during the next
that
few
Haiku
months or
starts
next
to
few
lose his
weeks.
shit?
Now, why are they saying 20%?
because most of this
Just
is
did a
boring.
quick calculation on this.
I have to fast
That would
forward.
be
Yeah, you can skip a little bit.
13 million
I
people
don't
in
think there'll be
Britain
cracks on every
would
part of
get
the
it
video.
anywhere else. And it's a Chinese disease. And they often, I've got that he was wrong to do this. Now, the mass
It is a
media
Chinese
in the
disease,
West
though.
and Steve Bannon and the Western, if you like, right wing, they jumped on the bandwagon of this and they screamed, China has no free press. In China, there are a lot more disease-ridden people than anywhere else. And it's a Chinese disease. And they often, I remember reading in the BBC, they actually stated that. The Chinese disease they've changed it now, but they did start out with that. Now they just say that originated in China. Now, what they argued was that the Chinese government had concealed the facts from the population, and this was causing the escalation of the problem. Whereas I just played a recording from Chris Whitty, that's the official chief medical officer, advising the government and announcing to the British population what the status of the disease is. And he stated 2 days ago in this select committee interview that 20% was the infection rate in Hubei. That is a lie, multiplying the number of cases by 40 times. Now, the reason why China is different from England is that the Chinese people have acted as one to defeat the disease. Sorry? My friend, this is the rubbish you've been
So it
told.
begins.
Here you
And
have a
so
free
it
press.
begins.
Here you have a free
Coming,
press,
Hubert.
and the chief medical officer of Britain or England
People who disagree
advising
with
the
Heiko,
government and
Heiko loses his
instructing
shit.
on policy to be carried out in the country. He lied or misrepresented the data by claiming, I'll replay it to you if you like, he claimed, here, you're telling me China has no free press and people have false information. I'm telling you the data that the chief medical officer gave 2 days ago at the peak of the issues in Britain, the data that he gave is totally and completely false. I'll repeat it for you for your attention. Yeah? Here it is. I'm not creating panic, I'm telling you what he said. And you then can compare what he said with what the Chinese data is. I am telling you, it is not about panic, my friend. You told me a second ago, forget about panic. I'm trying to minimalise the spread of the disease and to minimalise the casualties. You listen to what I'm saying about what the medical officer of the British government
said. He's already letting escape things about his demeanor. You know, he's getting angry. He's messing up words. He would never mess up word like that, a simple word like minimize. But he's messing up because he's getting nervous. Because after lost, he's been losing his mind slowly.
I'm with you. So this is slowly affecting his demeanor. They're getting under his skin, effectively, is what you're saying.
Of course.
Well,
keep watching. My word.
Interesting.
Let's check out the rest.
Okay. Let's keep
more.
going.
Because a minute ago, you told me that the responsibility for the falsehoods is the Chinese. I'm telling you. Wait. So wait. Here, right? Okay. I write for the Chinese press, right? So I'm quite aware of the restrictions and not restrictions that exist in China. I'm fully aware of that. You are claiming to be aware of that. Now, I believe I have a slightly better insight because I do work for the Chinese press. I do believe but nevertheless,
that's not
I'm
a
not
selling
talking
point.
here now about the Chinese press.
That's fucking
You
terrible.
claim the Chinese press are
Such a terrible
falsifying.
argument.
One
I don't even know what
Just
you're
one
saying.
second. You claimed the Chinese press are falsifying the
Pause it a
information.
sec.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got a question. Does this guy actually work for a Chinese press organization, or is he just harping crap? Like, what's the deal with this guy?
I'll be honest. I know he's a full-on communist, and he does support the socialist system. I had no idea. I mean, I know he's got a PhD, from what I understand. But I think, is this PhD in something to do with socialism and communism, guys, on the panel? Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I don't remember exactly what it is, but it has a lot to do with China. It has a lot to do with their system. Yes, with socialism. Now, about what he said about him working with the press, with the Chinese press, I'm not entirely sure how much of that is true. I'm aware that he's related to them, at least in a way, but I don't think he has a lot of relation. It probably is just a very tenuous relation that he blows out of proportions by claiming, I'm part of them. I know more than you do. So he can use it as a tool in a discussion. But even if he was a part of the press, he can't deny that the Chinese press is under strict censorship. He simply cannot deny that.
Sure.
Because the Chinese censor a lot of stuff from their own people. A lot of stuff. Many different websites are censored. Many different news outlets are censored. Lots of stuff is censored. So him saying, I know more than you, I know that China is not lying about this, is like a person going to gender studies saying, I know more about the patriarchy than you do. Well, of course you think you know more. You've been indoctrinated to think that the evil patriarchy is everywhere. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's his name?
Heiko.
Heiko.
Heiko. It's on the title. Show him the title.
Yeah, HEIKO.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I just
HHOO. Heiko. On the coronavirus. Yeah.
When does Steve? When do you start? When do you come to the conversation? I thought you came in earlier.
Here is the British.
I think it's maybe later. I think he was towards the end because he stomped off in a hissy fit. I think while I was there.
Okay.
Maybe
Shall we get a little bit more into this area? I think it was around here Where?
He said.
That's me watching from the sidelines
Yeah.
for a good while with William.
Let me see. Yeah, it looks like shit starts to get real interesting around.
Immediately. All subway entrances should have temperature controls immediately. All major housing blocks, all hospitals should have controls, temperature controls immediately. And yes, if the population thinks Britain's so different, we're so free, we're so independent, okay, make the test voluntary. Make the test voluntary and allow the individual buildings, transportation hubs and so on to decide if they'll allow people on the tube if they're not willing to be tested. It's not a just like this, done, right? What's the problem? Why can't you do it? Because they cannot, just one second, they do not have the capacity. This is how fuck this country is. They do not have the capacity. Would you mind moving a bit further away? Would you mind just a bit further away?
He's starting to get tackled
First
by
time in 30 years,
Yeah.
I've got a legitimate ground for telling you that.
Still don't know his name. Does anybody know this guy's name? He's a regular though.
Which one? The Indian guy?
Yeah, the Indian guy.
I don't know. Anyone? No one?
Jeremy.
Nobody knows him,
Jeremy.
but he-
Oh, Jeremy. His name is Jeremy.
Yeah, he's a regular in Speaker's
I think
Yeah. Okay.
Do you mind asking a question? Why are you shouting?
Because the audience is here. And but even if I did have a temperature, the distance I'm standing at, and the way you're behaving, I think to a degree is adequate to prevent you from getting that disease now. Second thing is, you're in an open space, not in an enclosed space. Right? Now, some of you might laugh about this, and you'll have a perfectly legitimate ground. If nobody else gets ill and everything's resolved, in a few weeks' time, you can turn around and say, hi, Koku, the scaremonger. Right?
Oh,
But
there's
if that's not the
Steve.
case, who the
Steve
fuck else
just
is
arrived. Shit's gonna get real now.
right.
You don't tell me when I'm wrong. I'm right for since December. That's 3 months. A country the size of China with a population of a billion has got a
It's just so people are asking some questions. People are disagreeing with him. And Heiko slowly starting to get a little bit more.
I did my PhD on China.
Yeah. I can see that he's now turned around. He's away from the camera. He's no longer engaged with the camera. He's now just engaging the people.
I've studied Chinese. I'm half Chinese myself. Right? Do you mind just moving a bit further away? I'm serious. I'm going to stop the meeting if you don't move a bit further away. I'm joking.
Itching to.
Right, what I'm trying to analyse is, normally at the
engage.
epicenter of any pandemic, you look at the ripples and you can see what you're going to get because it's going to evolve and what should happen at the epicenter. Eventually you'll reach peak.
So you see the guy with the you see the old guy with the sunglasses and the beard and the hat in the middle there.
Yeah, with the white beard.
I don't know if you guys know him. That's Carlo. He owns a chain of Italian restaurants around the world. He's a multi-millionaire.
Are you?
And he's a really friendly, nice guy.
There you go.
That's
Who would-
amazing.
Fucking hell. The guy's a multi-millionaire and he's just hanging around at Hyde Park.
And apparently,
With the
I
waist.
think he lives up in Manchester, and his chauffeur drives him down to London every Sunday because he loves Speaker's Corner.
Oh my god.
Fair
That is
fucking play to him.
unbelievable. There you go. You learn something new every day. Multi-millionaires just hanging around Speaker's Corner looking like
Yeah.
friggin'
Yeah.
practically homeless people. I mean, let's be honest. The guy isn't
Point.
dressed in
Didn't want
Gucci.
anybody to know.
Oh, but that's what a real millionaire looks like. People don't look at Modine in his fake Moroccan
No
Gucci.
shit.
Bro, don't talk shit about Modine, the celebrity, man. He
Hey,
made
you leave Modine alone. I will not
Maybe
be in the
John Cena
presence of people shit talking my Modine. He is preaching the true word of Allah, and I stand with Modine and all his expensive cars and him whoring himself out to all the women. Go Modine.
And all the muta marriages.
Alhamdulillah, brother. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Takbir.
I love Modine. He fucking cracks me up.
I miss the guy.
Okay.
Do you want to hear? The issue as to why the
skip it
numbers
a
of deaths
little
in
bit
China
more
no
because
increases that did not come
there's gonna
from
be a
external.
couple of
No
more
increases
jabs
that did not
thrown
come
at
from external
Haiku.
source. So they've succeeded in containing. This is an extraordinary achievement.
there's
So we've been
it.
able to defeat
Steve,
the
you
disease
can
through what they
say-
call, which is
you can
correctly
see-
calling
you can
the
see
People's
Steve
War that was fought in China.
giggling.
And by the way, the consequence of this, if you follow the actual news from China, not the bullshit Steve Bannon and Fox News and the rest of these idiots are putting out,
It's
you will discover,
into the
you will
video.
discover
Oh wait, no. I think before the umbrella, me and Steve already were interacting with him.
Were you before the umbrella? Yeah. I can see
Before
see
the
a few.
umbrella, yeah.
Yeah, I can see you guys were
A
throwing
bit
some.
earlier, a bit more towards
And then
middle,
after this, the
I
return of those
interacted with him
people
before
to
the
their
umbrella, way
workplaces
before the
in the
umbrella.
major urban areas.
Then I stopped.
This is
and
an
then I tried to talk to him
extraordinary
again. He
achievement.
left.
You talk to, but I mean, it's hard to catch those. This is like
Literally,
catching the
literally,
guy
like
doing the
2 minutes
ass
early.
thing.
Now this has been
You gotta,
done extraordinarily at a time of the movement
Go
of
like
around
for
300
35
million
minutes
people.
maybe, or 30 minutes.
sorry.
I think you'll find it. Go like 35 or 30 minutes. I think you'll find me talk. No, a bit later, a bit later, a bit later. After that, a bit later than that, I tried to speak to him. Then
If they're not being willing to be tested.
Yes.
It's not a
Around
then I
different this one's
stopped
done.
talking to him
Right?
to let him
What's
be.
the problem? Why can't you do it? Would you mind just a bit further away?
Yeah, you see,
The first time in
begins,
30
he
years
starts
I've got
telling
a
people
legitimate
to
ground
get
for
away from me because he's really paranoid about Corona.
Yeah.
telling him that.
But
Why does he wear a mask and gloves?
Would you mind? Would you mind?
It was still like maybe a few hundred people were sick in Great Britain, so it wasn't very big numbers.
Well, yeah, because the sort of restrictions started coming in.
Why are you shouting?
Around it. This was literally
Because the audience is
Because
here.
you got a temperature.
And I don't have a temperature. But even if I did, even if I did have a temperature, the distance I'm standing at, and the way you're behaving, I think to a degree is adequate to prevent you from getting that disease now. Second thing is, you're in an open space, not an enclosed space. Right? Now, some of you might laugh about this, and you'll have a perfectly legitimate ground. If nobody else gets ill and everything's resolved, in a few weeks' time, you can turn around and say, Heiko Ku, the scaremonger, right? But if that's not the case, who the fuck else is telling you what's happening?
Can I ask you this? What I'm trying to get,
Jesus.
You know, tell me where I'm wrong. Am I right in thinking since December, that's 3 months, a country the size of China has a population of 1 billion, is it?
Yes.
Has got a death of 3,000 people. Yes. Now, if this thing is so serious, normally you would look at the epicenter, you would see the ripples that come from the
Chinese friends. You should have done that in Wuhan, mate.
Yeah, just
Because of the corona.
Yeah, he's starting to kind of get heckled,
I am.
so no real
Don't like it,
conversation
go
is
away.
going on anymore.
If you don't like it, right me.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I kind of, yeah.
oh shit.
Do you know, right? Hang on, pause that, right? So if you were here in Cyprus, mate, and the police seen that, they could arrest you and they would fine you, first of all, and then they would test you for corona. And if they had you test positive for it, they could then put you on trial for like attempted murder, because that's what they've done with the law here.
That is
Well, right now it would make sense, but this isn't right now. This is like more than a month ago.
that's true.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, and also,
And this is open
you
space.
live here in
It
Cyprus.
was still, uncertain whether the disease is very relevant or not.
That is true. But
You
this,
can look at the
this-
date a bit underneath. I'm not lying about it.
Oh yeah.
The-
It was the 9th of March. This was
That's
not
easy.
this. Well, the video was
Anyway.
published on the 9th of
Anyway,
March.
Pablo, we forgot to sneeze. That would be epic if you add injury to insult.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
this
now
was
now it's
this
18
was-
April.
Christ, this was 2 months ago.
That was almost 2 weeks before lockdown, then, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, this was the last. This was from the last. The one from last Sunday, which Haiku went, which is the 8th of March, which was when this was recorded. So yeah, no, I mean it was quite a while back, but still, Haiku is losing his collective.
I like it. You've got to be kidding me. Go back to
Now, the gentleman just asked me.
No one took it
one
seriously
subject matter
then.
I think you'll accept I know something about.
We're all singing a different tune now, aren't we?
China.
Yeah, China.
Right? I did my
Uncle was
PhD on
right all
China.
along.
I've studied
Can I
Chinese
have a
affairs.
Chinese
I'm half
takeaway,
Chinese
please?
myself. Right?
Congratulations.
Would you mind just moving a bit further away? Otherwise, I'm going to stop
Can I
the
have a
meeting.
DVD?
I'm serious. I'm going to stop the meeting if you don't move a bit further away.
It's not the meeting.
I'm not joking.
It's his meeting, man.
I could call the police.
It's
I'm
his
not
part.
joking.
Okay, right. What I'm trying to analyse is, normally at the very epicentre of any pandemic, you look at the ripples and you can see what you're going to get because it's going to evolve and what should happen at the epicentre.
Bad for this guy. He was actually trying to talk to
So
him.
why did that not happen?
So why have we only got 3,000
Sorry,
deaths?
what was that?
Like, I feel bad for this guy. He was the one who was actually trying to have a reasonable discussion, the most.
Yeah.
He wasn't trolling him at all. And it all went to...
Just went to shit.
Yeah. He couldn't get the conversation.
population
Exactly.
of 1 billion. That's
Exactly.
what I'm trying to-
This is the big
So why are we
issue,
so
and these people don't even want to hear.
So maybe it's a
The
hoax
issue
then.
as to why.
I will say, this individual in the cap, he has an excessive obsession with transgender people,
Oh, he does.
which
yeah.
in itself
Becomes
is
every
somewhat
week talking about-
worrying. He really cares about transgenders a little bit too much for a healthy person.
What, he likes them?
Well, he's literally
No,
created...
he's anti,
Love
very
them.
anti.
Yeah,
the
I
whole
mean,
trend.
No.
well, quote unquote, he's anti-trans.
Yeah.
You know what they say about those who harp on about homosexuals way too much. I say thou protest too much.
You mean, Banksy, that basically the transgenders are the love of his life?
Well, the thing is, he's created a whole folder, like little booklet folder thing,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
with all the different transgender issues and transgender clippings from newspapers. I just think, thou protest too much.
It's a bit mental, that is.
But, I bet if you check his passport, there may be a few stamps to Thailand.
So, coming back to this,
China will give you citizenship only when you go to betray your country and give them some good information. Basically, then you can have their citizenship.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I just, I don't get me wrong. I still think that it is fundamentally wrong for transvestites or transsexuals to be reading story time to 4-year-olds. I don't, call me a bigot, but I find that somewhat disturbing.
You're not alone. I'm also a bigot. Then
I think transvestites and men in women's lingerie outfits should not necessarily be reading stories to 4-year-olds. Call me crazy.
Yeah.
I'm one of those crazy bigots, but that's just my stance on that one.
Look, man, we can say what we want about the Muslims, but it's thanks to the Muslims who were the only ones who actually spoke about it. They
I
actually
know.
spoke it.
Isn't that fucked
done.
up? I mean,
So thank you, Muslims. Thanks a lot for what you've done with that. Seriously, no joke.
No, the thing is, the Muslims actually protested. The Muslims didn't protest transvestite story time. No, the Muslims protested gay education in schools.
Yeah, like LGBT classes.
Yeah, they were. That's not what they protested. Admittedly, again, I've got my own question marks over whether we should introduce, kids of 4 or 5 years old
Yeah, but
to
it's
homosexual
like
relationships.
it's like a cause and effect relation. I think
Yeah.
when you allow LGBT classes, the next step after that is story time with drag queens.
Well, I don't know. Drag queen story time might be a little bit of a leap
it's
from
very
Has
big.
two daddies.
It's way too far.
Like
LGBT classes can be discussed. Gays,
Yeah.
drag queen story time.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think there's a bit of a leap. There's a bit of a gap between Johnny Has Two Daddies and here's a man in a corset about to read you a fucking story time. I just think we can find somewhere in the middle of that. It doesn't have to be the dude in the fucking corset. They're literally wearing. You see, drag queens are adult entertainment. They are in cabarets, in shows. They wear, risque clothing. They tell adult, blue jokes, if you like, off-color jokes. This is an adult entertainment. How the fuck? Who thought that this is appropriate for 5-year-olds? At what point did someone think this shit is good for 5-year-olds? I'm never gonna invite a porn star to read stories to kids. Okay. If you want me to go that far, yes, I think porn stars should not be having porn star story time. Same as fucking drag queen story time. This shit is not for kids. Keep this shit for the adults. I have no problem with drag queens. Drag queens are fine. I will say this. I don't have a problem with pantomime. Now, in this country, we have a history of pantomime where, men dress up as women in like Cinderella and Peter Pan and all that crap. Again, it's child appropriate. They're not wearing corsets and they're not wearing high-heeled stockings and suspenders. That's slightly different to drag queens. Drag queens are in purely adult entertainment. They are not meant to be for kids. This is unbelievable that people have conflated all of this shit. People have lost track of what is adult entertainment and what is kids entertainment. It's just, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get down that rabbit hole. Let's stick with haiku. But
before you press play, I want to say something. So I've just been doing like a little bit of a Google search on who this geezer is. He's a doctor. I don't know what his doctorate is in, but he runs this thing in London called the Karl Marx Walking Tour.
Yeah,
He also
that's
puts
the one,
out he also puts out stuff for China.org.ca, which I mean I haven't read it, but I'm assuming it's just going to be all full-blown propaganda. He's been going to Speaker's Corner for like 10 years. There's audio recordings of him.
longer than that.
At least
longer than that.
Yeah. Well, that's just what I can see on here.
Yeah.
I think I've seen
Also,
recordings of
he's a
Haiku in the
massive
90s.
endorser of. Sorry.
I think I've seen recordings of Haiku in the 90s at Speaker's Corner.
Yes. Yeah.
And then the best bit is he endorses Jeremy Corbyn big time, and he works for Double Down News, it seems now.
Double
Or
Down
is at least he's
News.
contributing to.
And you know,
Double Down
something
News.
that you probably won't find about him, I think Steve will agree about this with me, because this is a rumor I've heard, but I don't think there's clear evidence of it, is that Heiko was banned by the Labour Party for being way too extreme for them. You know, they didn't want to have anything to do with him. They kind of just told him, dude, get out of here.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know. I know during Corbyn's time he was involved, and he is a Labour Party member.
Is he a Labour Party member then? Okay.
Yeah, no, he's always been a Labour Party member, but obviously on the far left of it. And because also he's very close and friendly with Jeremy Corbyn's brother Piers Corbyn.
That's right.
And he's brought Piers Corbyn
climate
the big climate change denier. Yes.
Yeah.
They refused to give him a
my
platform.
days.
But
he
he
might
was.
be like officially their member, but they don't give him a platform because he's too extreme.
Yeah, maybe they don't put him on.
Not in Jeremy Corbyn's time, but in other times, yeah.
Well, I mean, he did actually shill pretty heavily during the election period with Jeremy Corbyn's brother for the Labour Party. I mean, that was he was at Speaker's Corner. He was really, going full on for that.
I tried to ask him some questions. You know what the friend of his asked me?
What did he say?
Who's paying you?
Who's paying Haiku? He literally shills for the.
Who's paying me? Man?
I know, but what I mean is, shouldn't people ask who's paying Haiku? He's literally shilling for the Chinese government. I mean, can we really trust his opinion on anything? Since we know the Chinese government actually literally lied to us about everything to do with Corona. By the way, have you guys seen the Fox News report about the fact that the coronavirus most probably came out of a lab in Wuhan?
Yeah, I've heard.
I'm waiting for a little bit more evidence on that before I jump on the bandwagon of going along with fucking Fox News. You know what I mean?
I know. That's what I mean. I'm waiting for a few more reports, but at least it was Fox News that was the first that seems to have broken this aspect. That now the line that they're going with is that China was trying to develop a lab to show that they're as good, if not better, than the Americans when it comes to containing highly contagious diseases. And this coronavirus.
Sorry? If that's true, that sure went well.
Oh, yeah. Clearly, they kind of.
Remember when I have said that it is their Chernobyl moment?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
I remind of Chernobyl a lot.
But to be honest with you, not even Chernobyl was bad as this, as far as a global scale is concerned.
Of course, the Soviets finally have admitted. They will not admit it no matter what.
Yeah. So at the moment, it seems that this wet market story is not quite what it seems to be. And to be honest with you, I never really fully bought the wet market thing. I know the Chinese eat a lot of fucked up shit. I'm not. I'm one to put my hand up.
You did it 4chan. I mean, find those videos everywhere. Yeah. I remember a video of a lady.
All the time. I'm pointing out that that Chinese kitchen contains bat burping, dog chewing, and defecating with a cat.
Yeah. Exactly. To be perfectly honest with you, I think the reason the aliens will never invade planet Earth is because they're worried the Chinese would eat them. So that's
no. They never come to the survey because probably they already met the Chinese.
Yeah, that's probably it. They take a wide berth of planet Earth because the high risk of being eaten.
No kidding, man. So, they're like, stay away from those savages.
Yeah, but generally, this is right now the big sort of story that is still. I say I'm still holding my my final judgment, but the chances of the Chinese have actually fucked this up and did it in some sort of a lab looks like may be a thing. So we'll see what happens. But I will say this: one of my friends, base Welshman, and I will give him 100% credit. He told me that this came out of a lab in Wuhan back in January during the Brexit party. He said there is a lab in Wuhan that deals with this stuff, and most likely this came out of a lab, not from the wet market. And I was like, oh God, this guy, it's a bit of a Alex Jonesy conspiracy thing. So I just held, judgment. But that poor guy said this shit back in January. So yeah, there's been a lot of people who've mentioned that this could have been a lab-created thing, but I don't know. Shall we carry on with?
I'll wait for more information before I start jumping on those determinations. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Let me just go. Need to do something.
He needs to go masturbate.
Was it a haiku? Was it haiku?
5 minutes. That's long.
He's gonna do it twice.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. He's a young man, yes.
He could also be a prostate feeler. You know what I mean?
On this, someone
carry on with
haikus. Rub the prostate.
So,
are we going to carry on with haikus slow decline into madness, or shall we move on to something else?
I'm a bit bored of it now.
Okay, in that case, then let us mosey on to another topic. What else? Everyone else is thinking. Well,
I've got a question for Jay. Actually, you used to be friendly with Annie the Greek, didn't you?
Yeah, she lives around the corner from me.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Oh, really? I was going to ask, how is she? Because I know she's kind of completely disappeared off the scene ages ago.
You can go to my YouTube channel, and there's a YouTube video there from a couple of days. Well, probably about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
She was. We had a chat. But yeah, she's great. The same as all of us over here in Cyprus. We're bored and locked up and can't do very much.
Yes.
So how are you keeping, Steve? How's the family? Have you not started to sharpen the large kitchen knife yet?
Believe me, I have.
He's in the cellar grinding away at the large knife.
Oh God, it's bloody awful. And the school term starts tomorrow for my son, so he's going to be back online working as well. So there'll be 3 of us around the bloody dining table trying to do our bloody work.
Oh, of course.
Screaming at each other to be quiet. Fucking awful.
Have you got internet that can handle it?
Yeah. The internet does keep up with it, but it's just our us.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you guys have?
Got to wait for the internet company.
Sorry, go on, Jay.
I was just gonna say, I have to wait until next week because my upload has fallen from 15 meg down to like 4 meg, and they're like, "Oh, we need to come and replace your antenna." I was like, "Oh, great, cheers."
That's amazing. You get 15 meg upload though. I only get like 7 or 8. But
I get 15 meg up, and that's one of the cheapest options. But mine's on the satellite, basically. Satellite, but it's proper wireless internet. Like there's a box in my house that plugs into the power socket, and then the other end connects to a dish that's outside, and it gets the internet wirelessly from some receiver a couple miles away.
Nice. That's actually quite interesting.
Yeah,
that's very good actually, because I mean in Britain we still mostly just have the choice of BT and Virgin, so it's all cable connection. But my upload has never been that good. My uploads with Virgin has always been about 5 or 6 megabytes at best. It's the download that they give you a decent amount.
Yeah, well, that's why I went with this company out here in Cyprus, because all the internet companies out here, they're fucking really shit for having good upload speed. You can get good download speed really cheaply from like the main providers, but that upload is like 400 kilobytes, and you'll pay 30 euros for that. But you'll get like 12 gig download, which is great because you can download movies. But if you want to upload anything to the internet on like 400 megabytes, 800 megabytes, you're going to be waiting, what, days. So that's why I went with this company, because they're one of the best that does cheap uploads.
Yeah.
30 euros a month. I get 15 up, 15 down.
That
It's
is
perfect.
good. That is very good. Yeah. Okay. So apart from internet connection problems, is there is there another topic that anyone wishes to explore?
And domestic abuse problems.
And possible domestic abuse, which will increase as Steve's family uses the dining room table more frequently. But actually, that's what sorry, go on, Steve.
No, I've got a question. I want to book a holiday for September. Do you think that's too risky?
September.
The British government said that not to book any holidays at the moment.
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure what. Obviously, they're saying don't travel anywhere at the moment, but I'm not sure if they are actually got a position for months ahead. But I've got to get out of this country.
Booking it in September, that's a risky.
Well, at least
it is a bit too close.
You have that option. At least you may be lucky that you have that option, because my government was claiming that they will probably make the quarantine and the lockdown longer to the point where somebody will find a fucking cure for that virus. And the worst thing about it is that those cucks, those not worth for nothing pieces of shit have buy the masks and the equipment from China not so long ago. Yes, my own government. Fuck them. And I wish them once again one-way tickets to Smolensk like 10 years ago.
So they bought all the safety equipment.
And Pavlov, by the way, you can translate that to them in Ukrainian. How it is if I would say Kaczynski chuйło? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What does he say?
Have we got two Ukrainians in the chat?
No,
MC
is Polish.
I can't translate exactly huilo, but it's the meaning is more or less dickweed or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, because
I'm beginning to learn much Ukrainian because I have lots of them in my workplace, to be honest. So,
where are you from?
I'm from Poland, but we have lots of Ukrainian immigrants here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But okay, so shall we move on to? Actually, there was a video that came out called "Now You Clap for Us." Have you guys seen that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I have. I saw Sargon's video about that.
Yes, yeah. Steve, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I've not heard about that.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe that
know
might
about
be
the general clapping, but
yeah, that might be something we can look into. It's a very short video, a propaganda video, probably released by The Guardian, is what we're mostly thinking. But
there's not one with all the immigrants working in the health service. That one.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. No, I've seen that.
Well,
the immigrants are the saviors, and they came here to save everyone, and blah blah blah. Well, fuck, you came here to get a decent life, not to save your ass.
Well, this is exactly.
We know, Pavlov.
No, it's true, man. Look, if people say, "Oh yeah, we came here to save you," why didn't they go to shitty countries then to save them in the shitty country? It's just a bunch of money, man. Like, I'm a migrant. I want to make this country better. I want to integrate in this country, right? I like this country. But I didn't come here to, from purely altruistic reasons. I came here for myself. And, I'm gonna help, but I also want to be helped. Yeah, you see, this is the video. Yeah,
this is the. I mean, I'm not playing the sound because we can talk over it. But generally, it's you racist Brexiting cunts. Why are you now? now you want us brown folks to give you air. In a nutshell, for anyone who hasn't seen the video, that's the underlining meaning. The underlining meaning is, you racist little bastards. Now you need us, huh? You little fuckers. Now you need the brown man to put oxygen into your lungs.
Holy shit! And another bunch of people
how much of our
are more important than they actually are.
Sorry.
How many foreigners actually work in the NHS? What is the percentage? 20%? 30%? What is the actual percentage?
I don't actually know.
Who knows?
I've never actually Googled that particular statistic. All I know is the you racist fucking Brexiter cunts. Now you need the white brown man. Now you need the brown man. How do you like me now? That's all I got from this fucking video, and I'm a creamy beige, somewhat slightly tanned brown man myself. So
I thought you were going to say cocaine coloured man.
Privilege, man. You're not getting it.
Speaking as a somewhat of a slightly creamy beige, tanned, slightly brown man.
Only when you don't wash, Banksy.
You're brown.
Exactly. So speaking as one of those, yeah, you in this propaganda video can go suck my dick, my somewhat creamy beige brown dick, because I'm not buying into this bullshit. You see, the problem is, okay, I'm talking to my brown brethren now. This is how you guys go fuck us up, okay? Just now, we were doing well. The white man was clapping for us every fucking Thursday out in the streets. And you fuckers had to go do this shit and ruin it all again for us. So we have to fucking crawl back up again. Every time. It's like, brown people are like frogs in a bucket. You put one frog in a bucket and the frog will eventually make its way out. You put two frogs in a bucket, the fuckers will keep pulling each other down and no one ever gets out the bucket. Is it frogs or crabs? I'm not sure. I've lost the analogy on this, but nevertheless, it's some kind of invertebrate animal that keeps fucking with me.
Banksy, I'm going to put a link in the private chat. Put that link up on screen and share it with the world. You have to scroll down a smidge into section 2.
Wait a minute.
You'll see the title.
Very good.
You'll
He's got the
understand.
NHS diversity stats.
Oh, is this the stats?
Let's have a look at it.
Okay, let's put this up. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you guys can see
I have
that, right?
the answers for you.
Okay.
Yep, scroll down.
Main
more.
facts and figures by ethnicity.
We don't care about that. There we go. That's what we. So that video.
There's
we
a
just
big
watched.
line there.
Lots of whitey, man. Lots of whitey here.
There seems to be a very big line of white folks on this one.
What does that say?
It's divided into NHS workers and then working age population by ethnicity. And it the numbers kind of match a little bit on the
This
groups,
is,
you know what I mean?
Now you clap for us.
Enough white people. Yeah. We're clapping for everyone because there's about amount of Asian workers. I mean, there's 10% Asian, but 7.2, they're all about equal,
Yeah. The rest are all about.
And isn't that percentage? Oh no, there's the UK working population on the right. So, yeah, exactly. In fact, there's there's slightly fewer white percentage of people than in the population. 79 versus 85.
Yeah.
But then there's less. There's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but generally, it's a fairly substantial white fucking line on this one. I'd say it's
8 out of 10.
I'd say the whites are holding up the rest. They're carrying their own weight on this one. It's like, you see, this is the problem, Guardianists. You fucking leftist, right, cockholds. When you make these bullshit videos, first of all, you fuck it up and make it harder for the rest of us brown folks, because now there's going to be someone like me who's going to post this shit up and it's going to fucking make you look awful.
But if you look lower down on that page, there's a section for non-medical and medical, and on the non-medical side there is a big predominance of white, but on the medical side we're only 55%.
Still the majority.
We're all the pen-pushing managers.
Yeah,
and cleaners.
That's what it is. The non-medical, all the fucking pen-pushing managers. But nevertheless, it's still, because this is a majority white country. Why? I mean, if this was Nigeria, would you expect that white line to be as big? I wouldn't.
No.
I would be
I
perfectly.
would if Nigeria was the best place in the world to get paid. Then doctors would probably all go there, get paid really well, but they don't. So
No, but what I'm saying is, any country, you look at any nation whose majority, whatever ethnicity, you would expect that ethnicity to be the majority of any workforce or any demographic. Of course, they would be the majority. They're the fucking majority. It's like going to China, going into an office and going, "There's an awful lot of fucking Chinese here." How is it this office is so full of Chinese people?
Well, Banksy, first we have to invent a method to explain that to our dense, retarded, regressive, because that's the only problem, actually.
Yeah, I saw an image. This was last year. I saw an image of Miss Scotland beauty pageant and the people who were going for the lineup, for the competition, and someone wrote, "Oh, great show of diversity in this image," because all the women were white. Because Scotland is 98%.
Dankula tweeted that, actually.
Sorry?
I think it was Dankula that tweeted that, actually.
Yeah, but somebody, I saw that, and I was like, yeah, and then people were writing on it, yes, because Scotland is 98% white. Why would you expect it? I posted one for Miss Nigeria, and guess what? Not a white fucking face inside. Miss Nigeria competition doesn't have one white person going for it. This is how racist the Nigerians are. What the fuck is wrong with these people? As in, like, why do they have no perspective whatsoever? Oh, it fucking blows my mind. But yes, Guardianistas, 56% of the medical workforce in this country is white. So no matter how much you clap for us, you kiss my ass for us, okay? Just stop making this shit happen, because you're fucking it up for the rest of us. Rest of us, just brown folks who just want to blend in and disappear and not want to get fucking caught up in your shit. Could you stop fucking around? And brown folks, every time a Guardianista comes at you and says, "Can you make this propaganda video?" just say no. Say no. My brown ass has got enough shit to deal with than to have to fuck with the white man. The white man was clapping for me last week. Now he's posting videos saying, "Look at this fucked up." Stop fucking
Also,
with
if you
the white man.
scroll down to number 4, section 4.
Hey, Banksy, speaking of brown guys that actually are complicit in the propaganda, you know about this song that I have posted to you.
Oh yes, I know. Actually, that might be this might be an opportunity to move to that song. But what was it about this, Jay?
Oh, it's just it points out what grade everyone is in the hospital.
Yeah, it breaks it down by every grade.
Yeah, and then it breaks it down by what color they are. Very serious management. And someone said that most of those white people are going to be the pen pushers. Well, very serious manager, 92% white.
There you go.
Which one? Oh yes, very serious managers. This
Very
is
senior, not very serious.
Very serious.
A senior, yeah.
Yeah, very senior managers. Senior, also 87% senior, and also the middle managers. Support. They basically dominate in every demographic of the managerial position. Even the other grade. Yeah, but because this is a white country, why would it be anything else? Why the fuck would it be any different? This is the insanity of the left, is they think that in a white country, you should not have the majority of people the white people doing the most things. This is nuts. It's a white fucking nation. Trust me. You want to see mostly Iranians being in charge of senior positions? I will happily fucking buy you a flight to Tehran, and this chart right in front of you will say Iranian instead of white. Of course, you will only survive about a week before you fucking run away like everyone else. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Have you guys seen the video of Yuri Bezmenov about the left? I've sent it to the private chat.
I mean, the slow demoralization of the West by the left?
Yeah. You probably seen it.
It's more than 30 minutes, and
I don't know, man. The thing is, you see, the problem is this kind of bullshit. This kind of bullshit pushes people to the arms of like patriotic alternative, and those kinds. This is the sort of shit. This is this you clap for us now is the kind of thing that runs people away into the arms of the open and welcoming arms of patriotic alternative. And this is why this is damaging to the ethnic minorities. This doesn't help us. This just makes the white folks go, oh, fuck this. Let's get rid of these fuckers. And also,
the far left creates the far right.
Yes. And here's another piece of fucking shit footage propaganda, which, by the way, I just want everyone that's listening, every time you hear the word brown power, imagine if it was a white guy saying it.
They shattered many a tribe of our brothers and sisters and dragged them across forsaken trails.
Every time you hear white power, just imagine it was a white
dude. To build this nation.
I would say beige power.
Unseen lines to claim our land.
Except if it's Ralph. then that shit becomes confusing.
But we have come so far. Our eyes have seen the sunken kingdoms of the past and the sky-high urban jungles of the future.
I just want to make a note. This man is not a looker. I'm sorry, but immediately I'm put off.
Our ears have ached for the moaning, distressful cry.
Bobs and Vagana.
This is a man with a face for radio and a voice for print.
And now, in the darkest of night before the dawn, our souls are palpitating at this loud rumbling under our worn and weary feet. That boisterous shaking is none other than the electrifying current of what's to come next.
We've been marching so long.
That evil white cop, man.
Yes. Look at the evil white man with his hands on his hips. Although that is a superhero pose, which is now confusing me. You know, it's put me in a bit of a conflicted situation. This might as well be a patriotic alternative fucking anthem, as far as I'm concerned. This is rushing white folks to the open arms of patriotic alternative.
This is the best they can get.
Yes.
From Karachi to Michoacan, we come so far, we keep it on, and we rise.
Look, the evil white man chasing the...
Yes, look. The evil white police are chasing the poor brown folks.
I know, right?
Holy shit. The Olympics. The Olympics where they held up the black fist. Kaepernick kneeling. Fucking hell. Could they squeeze any more fucking left-wing shit in this video?
Is it gonna be Black Lives Matter?
Sorry?
Is it gonna be Black Lives Matter?
Well, that was the whole thing with the kneeling, wasn't it? It was all about that.
No. I mean the sign.
Yes.
The evil white privileged men.
It wouldn't be a leftist cuckold of a fucking video if it didn't have Black Lives Matter.
True.
At this point, I just want Trump to be shown in this video at some point, beating the shit out of a little black baby or something. You know,
Orange man, bad.
It's like the only thing left.
We found a place to call our own, so raise your hands up.
Grabbing a black woman by the pussy.
Oh, a white woman.
That must be Lawrence Southern.
Yeah, it must be Lawrence Southern. By the way, this is a mixed race lady that we see here as well. I mean, she's possibly could be a Mexican.
Evil,
yeah,
some evil white genes.
Exactly.
From the streets to City Hall.
Really? I wonder if we just change this. Sorry?
It's the looker.
Yeah. I mean, well, first of all,
But I have to give him that. He looks better in the dark.
That's what they were like. Okay, for the next scene, we're going to dim the lights a lot. Can we just be able to see the white of his eyes, please? That's all we need for this shot.
Look at that dislike button, man.
Actually, I'm going to add to
Full
that.
of
Thank
white
you.
devils.
Because no, this is the sort of shit that fucks us, the rest us up in the West. This is the shit that I've been warning against for 20 years.
Banksy, speaking by the way, speaking of fucking up and speaking of shit, I mean, but I do believe that the people from his ancestral homeland that he craves so much have the brown power. I mean, they shit so much on the streets that they could make additional landmarks and create cities there of it. And I don't think they stench because they get used to it.
There is a lot of brown power on the streets of India.
You know, there are
like literally all
shitting streets in India.
Sorry?
There are designated shitting streets in India, the only country that has them.
Seriously, they have designated shitting streets.
On the street.
Yeah.
Like if you go down, I don't know, Waltham Avenue, that's the street you can shit on. But if you're at, Cobbler's corner, you can't.
You can look it up. Look up on Google the amount of defecation on the streets in the world. You'll find India is the brownest country in that thing.
Yeah, I have seen that. And that river Ganges as well. Oh my god, they bathe in that fucking thing. And that thing is like a petri dish. It's unbelievable how much
they
crap
even
is
have a
in it.
holiday when they are throwing themselves with cow dung. I don't know where exactly, but they do.
Look, I don't want to overly shit on the brown man. I mean, I don't.
Beautiful culture.
Yeah, it is true. I'm not gonna deny it. It is true. They shit in the streets. It's just the way it is. But I don't care. I'm not.
Why, when you Google that, one of the questions that first comes up is, can you poop on the streets of San Francisco?
Well, that's actually a thing.
Enrichment.
The amount
Probably,
of the amount of shit in the streets of San Francisco and California has exceeded a lot as well because of the homeless numbers.
Yeah, I've just seen a headline: San Francisco sidewalk poop crisis. There you go.
So there you go, white folks. They literally take Jordan Peterson's advice: clean your own shit first. I'm sorry. We keep going with the white power, brown power. Yeah, white power was. Sorry, that was Freudian. But the thing is,
be gone, white devil, be gone.
Imagine this shit was reversed. The fucking liberals, the media would lose its shit if there was a song called white power. Their heads would explode.
The writing's on the wall. Yeah, what you fighting for? 'Cause we about to take no more from the ivory tower.
Are you about to not take any more of what?
I don't believe that. Banksy, just a moment, please. I don't believe that he will not take any more welfare from the white man. I don't believe that. Especially that he's a Muslim.
Maybe some of that. But how about this? Considering that every white quote-unquote country in the world is considered to be the most supremely powerful militaries on the planet, namely the United States, and the brown power. Let's explore that for a minute. Let's explore the fact that most brown quote-unquote countries are in the deepest of shit. How about that as a thing? How is it you guys always have fucking mouths and sack, balls, giant sacks of fucking ball sacks when you're out in the West, when you're out in America and Europe, you're all about brown power and we should take this shit. Go say that shit to fucking the Indian Prime Minister. Go have a word with the Pakistani Prime Minister. For the Middle Easterners, yeah, including myself, the Iranians, yeah. Let's sort out those fucking mullahs in Iran first. Let's have a word with the fucking Saudis first and the Emiratis. Fuck the brown power. How is it you always have a big mouth when you're in the West? How is it that you're fucking quiet as a mouse when you're running around the streets of Riyadh and Tehran, but you got the biggest fucking mouth on the planet when you're in New York and London? This is what I despise about the brown man's power, is that they've always got giant, cojones, when they're walking around the streets of London, but they don't fucking have a word to say when they're in Riyadh, in Islamabad, in Darfur or Mogadishu or Tehran. Not a fucking word out there. Or I mean, China is the yellow man, so we're not dealing with the yellow man right now. This is purely the brown power. don't fuck with the yellow man. We're not fucking with the yellow man right now, okay? Leave Kaiku. Oh, shit. Haiku. Yeah, sorry, Haiku. Leave Haiku alone. No, it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off when these fuckers do have nothing to say about the shithole countries that the rest of us had to run away from because this dictators, despots, and theocrats took a giant shit over our countries, and not a fucking word is said over there. But oh no, a brown man or a black man got falsely arrested in New York or in San Francisco or in London. Now we have a fucking voice. No, you have a voice because you live in a country of civilized people who let you have a voice. They would take your brown power in fucking Iran and shove it up your ass and fucking hang you from a crane. That's what they will do to that brown power. You go over to any of those nations and start screaming against the regimes there and see how much fucking far you get. You think you're going to get a YouTube video? You think you're going to get fucking production value for your fucking music video to happen? No, they will hang you by your balls while they beat you with a club. That's what will happen over there. Let's carry on.
This reminds me of the This Is America video.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Okay, let's go a little bit more. I'm sorry, I keep going off on one of these rants, but these fuckers, they get under my... They grind my gears when it comes to this shit.
Sure.
Yes.
We gotta find a place where we belong, so I'm reaching higher.
Wait, Huelga? What the fuck is Huelga?
From the streets to City Hall, brown power. The writing's on the wall. Yeah, what you fighting for? 'Cause we about to take no more from the ivory tower.
Look at that brown power.
This is brown power. Okay? Yeah. When was a fucking white cop did this shit to you in London?
We've been marching so long, wore our feet down to the bone, and it ain't over, no, but we keep getting closer. We got the power. We got the
Look how progressive the government is. It encourages their people to exercise.
Sorry, what was that?
Look how progressive the those brown governments are. It encourages their people to do exercise, man.
Oh yeah. Actually, I think that is because they were only allowed to come out for exercise, so the police are forcing them to exercise if they're outside. That's what it is. Is it because, like over here, imagine if a police officer came up to you and goes, "Are you out for exercise?" You go, "Yeah, okay, now drop and give me 20, bitch." That's basically what they're doing. They're out for fucking... They're forcing them to fucking do exercise if their excuse is to be out to do exercise. And this is what I mean. This is the shit that is happening in those brown power countries. Okay, bitches? So before you start bitching and moaning to me about how bad you got it over in the West, have a fucking gander at this shit, okay? And by the way, these are the tame videos. Far worse things than this are happening right now. It's just, if I show anything worse than this in YouTube, YouTube's going to probably shut the stream down. So that's why...
Can I just say I like the tune, though?
Yes, it's catchy. I'm not going to deny it.
It is.
Brown power.
But
there is a hook.
But Banksy, have you heard the text? Writings on the wall. Like he thinks that he's some kind of a revolutionary that should prepare himself for some revolution, because the writings on the wall usually were before really important and drastic shit have happened in any country.
Yeah, but what I mean is, there you go. There's your brown power. There's a bunch of brown people getting the shit kicked out of them in a fucking street. Look at this. They're fucking clubbing them. They're hitting a baseball. This is your fucking brown power, bitches. Don't bitch at me about how bad it is in the fucking West, you fucking assholes. This is how the cops treat people in India, and actually not just India. You go across Middle East, I can promise you. I can show you these identical scenes in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, all of that fucking part. Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia. You go any of these places, the police are fucking brutal. And in black, this is what I mean. This is why you assholes will have people running to the arms of fucking patriotic alternative because of this shit. Because people know what goes on in other countries. How is it that these people are so deluded, so out of touch, that this asshole can make this fucking song, or this Guardian can make this stupid ass video and not recognize this is where most of these people come from, okay? If they weren't in the hospitals in UK or in the US or in Europe, this is the shit they'll be dealing with. You guys don't fucking... You have no grasp on reality when you make these fucking videos. And you wonder why nobody takes you seriously anymore. You wonder why the mainstream media is considered dog shit in the Western sort of world now. Nobody cares about mainstream media. I don't give... I literally... If the BBC told me the sun is going to come out tomorrow, I'd have to check with, I don't know, Sky. I'd have to check with a YouTuber. I'd have to Google a YouTuber that will tell me about whether the sun's going to come out.
Banksy, I've heard that the BBC will be defunded, and they are already crying about it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're already bitching about the fact.
That's nothing new,
Yes.
though. I mean, the BBC get threats about being defunded for like the last 40 years. They cry about it. It's a constant thing, you know. The BBC crying that they're going to get defunded, and people saying they're going to get defunded. I'll believe it when it fucking happens.
I know. It's the thing is, I think the government. I personally wouldn't care if the BBC became a commercial entity and had to just put commercials. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I haven't watched anything from the BBC for like 5 years. I honestly haven't. I wouldn't even notice if tomorrow suddenly...
I don't even think they'd need to put commercials. They wouldn't need. Well, they wouldn't need to put commercials on the UK. All they'd need to do is sell their stuff around the world. We wouldn't have to pay for it in the UK. The world will pay for it.
They kind of do that already.
Well, yeah, exactly.
But the biggest thing that they've done, they created this website with ITV called BritBox. It's basically Netflix, but the UK TV version of it. They have put some like really good stuff on it. Like it's got all of QI, Mock the Week, Spooks, Red Dwarf, fucking Only Fools and Horses, Open All Hours, and then they've got like a shit ton of other stuff as well. They've even got fucking Doctor Who on here, you know. So I'm like, if the BBC add all of their backlog, because let's be honest, guys, the BBC have made some amazing TV over the last 70 years, and they charge us $4 a month to go onto a little website and watch it like Netflix. That's it. I'm happy. Done.
There you go. I don't mind if the BBC wasn't like Netflix. If they want me to go and subscribe for £5 a month or whatever, £10 a month for the BBC's online services, at least it's my choice. If I want to do it, I'll do it. If I don't, I don't. But either way, I don't mind if the BBC becomes a Netflix, if they put commercials on, whatever system they want to adopt, as long as it's not mandatory for me to pay for it. Because I want to have the choice, and believe me, if I have the choice, I have no need for the BBC. The only thing, and it is true, the only thing I do use on a semi-regular basis is the BBC weather app. And to be honest, if that went away, it would be a slight inconvenience for me to download another weather app. That's all it would be. Is that I would have to spend another 5 minutes to download, well, maybe 3 minutes to download another weather app, which is kind of an inconvenience. But I think I'll make it through. I'll survive that one. I'll take that bullet. There's nothing about it. I mean, I just don't want to have it mandated to me that in this century, in the 21st century, watching television or videos is now still considered to be a luxury in this country. That to me is unbelievably backwards. That they think that viewing videos is a luxury item, considering every fucking 5-year-old has a smartphone on them. It doesn't make sense. This is nonsensical. The BBC simply doesn't want to give up its lucrative status of not having to really produce, quality content. They don't want to compete. They basically don't want to compete with the open market. That's all it is. They don't want to lose that position.
I put a video on the private chat about the stages of communist takeovers. I think if you want, we can check it out. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Most of you have seen it. But it's eerily similar to what we can actually notice that goes on. The first stage is lack of motivation, is to remove motivation from the public, to remove any kind of trust in their government, in their culture, in their being. It's a transition to a power grab, to make a power grab, just like it was in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I've seen this one. This was actually a video which has been around. It's been around a while now. This was like, what was it, back in the 80s or 90s? I think it's 80s. It was recorded. And yeah, this guy was talking about how the Soviet Union would infiltrate effectively the United States and Western civilization. Effectively, that's what this is, really, isn't it? The techniques. Now, admittedly,
representatives
of sorry.
I mean, confirmed. I've seen that a long time ago.
Yeah. This is actually, it is quite interesting. I will post it because it's 26 minutes. It might get a bit boring for everyone out in the main chat. If they want to watch it, they can watch it.
You're right.
I posted it for everyone in the main chat as well, but it is very interesting. It is quite interesting. I don't know, does Steve or Jay, have you guys actually seen this before?
I think I've seen this years ago, and if it's the one I think it is, it talks about how the Soviet Union basically used left-wing groups. They would invite them over to Russia, show them like an amazing factory and things like that, and see, look at how great it is, and then they would go home and talk about the wonders of communism and stuff like that.
That is exactly what Heiko is.
And naive fools like Bernie Sanders have actually also gone there in 1988, and he was praising the Moscow's subway. Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if everyone has seen it, Pavlov, do you want to take the lead on discussing about it, or do you just watching the video is useless since everyone's seen it?
We say something about it.
Sure.
Because that's we were talking about Heiko a while ago, and you were asking who's paying Heiko. I said probably no one. If I remember correctly. If I didn't say it, I'm saying it now. Because I really don't think anybody's paying Heiko at all. Because what Heiko is something different than a mercenary, somebody that's bribed.
No, he's actually a believer.
Exactly.
He's not he's not someone that's bought and paid to promote the propaganda. He is free because he believes it as it is.
Yeah, he's a true believer.
He's part of the cult.
To spread this bullshit.
He's a full cult member.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's the thing. That's actually what's kind of makes someone like Haiku, in my opinion, a sadder case, is because he's a true believer. He's not doing it for nefarious reasons. He's not doing it for fame or publicity or money. He's literally doing it because he believes this is the way. This will save us all. And I feel bad because I think he's fundamentally wrong, and he's been proven historically to be fundamentally wrong. But I guess he's so caught up in the cult of socialism will save us all eventually. You know what it is? You know how I compare him to? For me, it's the direct comparison is to a Muslim. If you ask 1,000 Muslims what's real Islam, you get 1,000 different answers. Because every Muslim thinks they know what real Islam is, and only if we did Islam properly it would be amazing. It would be utopia. And countless number of times you have theocracies, Islamic ones come and go, the Taliban, the Iranian regimes, etc., and they all fail because, well, they just didn't do Islam the right way. If they just did Islam the right way, the way I know how to do it, then it would be right. And that's exactly what these true believer socialists, the Russians, they just didn't know how to do communism right. The
It wasn't real
Chinese,
communism.
sorry.
Did they even say that it wasn't real communism in Russia? It was state capitalism.
There you go. It wasn't real
In the
capitalism.
Soviet, they were called the USSR, the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics. Exactly. So they call themselves socialists. And I speak to, nowadays, I find many sympathizers of communism, socialism, Trotskyism, Marxism. Honestly, it's all the same. It's all the same bullshit. It doesn't matter what kind of what kind of perspective you want to take on it. It always comes to the same slippery slope of believing that it might work, and it will not work because it goes against the nature of mankind. It goes against the nature of human development. It's just idiotic. And people sometimes tell me, no, the Soviet Union wasn't socialism; it was communism. Well, why the bloody hell were they called? Did they call themselves socialists? Oh, so they were lying. You mean they were lying about it? Like people just, I spoke with a girl from the Hong Kong protests about it, and she was surprised that there were so many socialist and communist sympathizers here. She was very surprised with it because the people who are living under the yoke of socialism, they are either unbelievably and utterly indoctrinated, or they are very red-pilled about this whole situation. They know it never works. Like, I've met many people from Venezuela, from other countries. There was a guy from Venezuela, a lawyer. He was a lawyer in Venezuela. Here, he was working as a waiter. He told me he earned many times more as a waiter here than a lawyer there. It's just how it is. It's just how it is, man. And they say, oh, Ukraine, its economy collapsed because of capitalism. Well, the Ukrainian economy collapsed because of many reasons. It didn't really collapse. It simply didn't develop. One of them is the unbelievable corruption that the socialists left us with.
Don't worry. People online are telling me that Polish economy basically is today have declined so much because we have abandoned socialism or communism that today it's even a third world country. Yes, communists are claiming that today it have gone to be to the backwater that it was. Like their system is some kind of a cure for everything. Fuck those people, really.
I hear this all the time. Like it's the granny talk. Like in Ukraine, when sometimes some grannies who lived through the social union and the Soviet Union and were completely brainwashed by it, they still say how great it was when nobody was unemployed, when there was cheap sausages, when there was cheap ice cream. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? There were lines like we can see right now here to each store every single day. The people needed something. Oh, hello.
Hello. Sorry. Let me just introduce Amy K. This is Amy K in the house.
Hi.
Look at all the happiness.
Yo, I've been so fucked up for the last 2 weeks because I'm pretty sure I got COVID.
Yeah, some scary times for you, girl.
Mental, mate.
Yeah, I was.
But you better,
I was
though.
really sick. Yeah, now it's weird. Like, the symptoms didn't hit me consistently, so even coming out of it, it's been kind of wavy. Like I still have this fatigue, and like I called the nurses line here in Canada, which, by the way, it's been taking so fucking long to get a hold of them. I finally did on the third attempt. And they ask you a series of questions to assess what the deal is. And she said I have to be symptom-free for 72 hours. And fatigue is like a really indicative symptom. So, I mean, I've been feeling good the last 2 days. I'm hopping back to work tomorrow. So,
is being fat and bald one of the symptoms? Because I think I've been suffering from COVID for a while now.
And you're patient zero.
I know. I've been hoping that if finally when I recover and they find the vaccine, all my hair will grow back out and I'll have a six-pack.
Hey, so Chris actually sent me an article today, and it said that there are 1 million vaccines that are underway to be made by Oxford, I believe. So there's 80% sure I think they're like 80% sure that it might work. There's no guarantees.
Yeah,
The first patients are expected to take part in the Oxford trials next week. So
yeah, I'm not queuing up for that anytime soon because I suspect the side effects may involve some kind of my dick shriveling up into my stomach or something.
Oh my God.
And never re-emerging.
Can you even see it already at the moment? So what's the difference?
Hey, look,
So even more so.
Look, right now with a powerful magnifying glass, I can still make a girl come. So let us. I don't need any more regression than that.
Oh my God, Banksy.
Don't burn enough.
I don't have a lot
magnet.
more to work with here, people.
Hey, you know what's really cool? And you know why I'm cooler than all of you? Because I survived COVID. Fuck you guys, man. Fuck you. Fuck everybody. I lived through this shit. I really hope that you cannot catch it again because they're not sure that if you've had it once, if you can or cannot catch it again.
Yeah.
And if that was just a flu and I have to hop on transit and stuff, can you imagine if I fucking get sick again and this time I actually get COVID? Like,
oh, ain't that a
fucking
bitch?
mess. Oh, I'd be so mad. I would definitely die if I got sick again.
But you do realize that most people suffer for about 2 weeks worth, and you only suffered for 6 days. So
No, I was ill for 3 weeks prior to when it hit me really hard.
Okay.
It was really fucked up. Like I couldn't, it was just like a mild kind of cold that hung around. And then I woke up one morning and I could not breathe. Like it was horrific. I felt like I was only breathing with the top portion of my lungs. My lung capacity was at like 20%. It's still not Hundies Dundies. And you know,
should have told the guy
it was
to get
fucked.
off your chest, and then you might have been a bit better. But sorry,
I would have
that
what?
did
What?
not even work. That joke fell like a lead
Did you say
balloon.
get-
I said
I
you
heard
should have
get
told
it
the
off your
guy to
chest,
get
and
off
I'm
your
like-
chest.
I mean, you know, I don't even know where I was for that time. It was fucked because like the fever was so high and like everything, the headache. Oh, the headache, Banksy. Like, oh my God. It was like a migraine. I felt it like in a central location in my head, but it also was like just pulsating everything else. My whole body was sore.
Damn.
It was a fucking mess.
Did you?
But I made it.
Did you feel sore in your like bones and your arms and legs
Yeah.
and stuff like that? Shit.
Yeah, my back was really sore. Like, you know where your kidneys rest?
Oh, okay.
They were really sore, and yeah, it was a fucking mess, man.
Damn. Well,
I was out of it.
You made it. Touch wood. Praise Allah. Allah be praised, because clearly it
Yeah,
was
now I'm
his-
definitely gonna get it
was-
again. Thanks, Banksy. Maybe I can use some
and
brown
speaking of-
power.
Yeah, brown power that up.
Yeah.
Amy, definitely.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
Speaking of COVID, obviously I'm not the only person that's thought this, but like the massive spread of this illness, forgetting everything like China and current administrations like Britain and America not doing enough and so on and so on. But the biggest like spread is, has anyone thought like maybe it's the religious groups? Because I don't know about you, but like even here, the government have had to constantly remind people, do not go to church.
Well, this stuff always definitely affects the poorest of the poor, and the like poor people are highly correlated to be religious too, right? So
Well, and also
Desperate.
the thing is, if this thing
And the
doesn't,
stupid.
well, yeah. Oh,
Just saying.
one thing I just want to say is that next month, at some point, I forgot exactly at the beginning of the end of next month, Ramadan will begin, and so
Yes.
things are going to look real interesting.
War on the Muslims again. Remember the 6-day war?
So yeah, things are going to get real interesting around then. So we'll see how that unfolds, and if they lift the ban on gatherings and stuff by then or not. Because I've been watching videos of Russian Muslims, for example. They were still going to mosque in their hordes. They were still gathering. There was another video of Hasidic Jews, which were being, shot down by water
New York.
cannons, telling them to go home. So it's not just Muslims, by the way. It's all the religious fucking bunch.
it's so fucking irresponsible, man. Like
Banksy.
after getting that and shit, you just gotta think like, how can you continue to not listen and keep going out? I know it sucks. I know it's very difficult. I know we want to go out. I know we want to see our friends, but like, that shit sucks. And if you can be someone who's asymptomatic and pass it on to someone else, you should feel this is a moral issue.
Yeah. MC, sorry,
I
you
just-
were saying?
Banksy, you want to tell me that the Russians didn't shoot those guys for gathering.
Oh, I don't know what the Russian. If the Indian police are using sticks, I would imagine the Russians are using some kind of.
No, I know them from that side, and I don't think, especially with Putin in the Kremlin, that they would be like, okay, go have a prayer. No, fuck you.
Yeah, I would imagine.
You'd be surprised on how the tales of the based Russia are flawed.
Really?
They're not exactly what goes on there, you know.
Well, the alt-right is bullshitting a lot about them. For example, that Russia is a monoethnic state. That's the biggest bullshit I ever heard from the alt-right. Practically only... Yes, the alt-right is saying that Russia is a homogeneous state. Alt-right.
Oh, yeah. It's not. Absolutely.
Like only 80% of the Russians are Slavic Russians, pure Slavic Russians. The rest are like 100 nations. Minorities there, religious and national.
Damn.
Right. You're right
Sorry,
about that.
you were saying something before I interrupted?
Who?
You were gonna go off to some other tangent, but then I sort of cut you off.
I don't remember. It's okay.
Okay, in that case, let's move on.
Yeah.
You know, guys, in Ukraine, something relatively similar is going on. In Ukraine, the government is way too. How should I say this? Too bad to simply deal with the problem. They're too incompetent to deal with the problem. So Ukraine doesn't really have any lockdown, doesn't have any policy to fight against it.
There's no lockdown at all?
Basically nothing.
Wow.
And what are the levels of infection and death?
Yeah. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this.
Let me hold on, Pavlov. Before you move, let me just quickly give a little insight into the levels of infection in Ukraine at the moment. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, come on, stupid website, so slow. As far as I know,
the same numbers because they're not doing a lot of testing in Ukraine.
Of course, the numbers you can't really rely on it because. But then,
exactly.
would there be a reliable set of numbers on at least deaths and infected or anything like that?
Probably not very reliable, like just a vague approximation. Some of the information I have is from some of my family members who live in Ukraine, and they're telling me some interesting stuff. Like, for example, there's plenty of people that came back from Italy, like Ukrainian migrants who went to Italy and are coming back to Ukraine. Mainly to Western Ukraine, and there's plenty of people who got the disease from them because Italy was a big problem. The disease spread very quickly in Italy.
Yeah.
And there's a thing which touches the religious part, which is people still go to churches, and they go to churches in big numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And if churches are doing, the churches are earning money, man. The churches are fucking earning money. They're literally telling people to pay up so their soul doesn't die. Because this is like the end of the world and whatnot, and they need to pay up so God saves their soul. It's pathetic.
Oh, this is the most despicable shit. They are literally telling
Ukraine, I basically noticed that you can do everything for money in Ukraine. You can.
That is
I mean, sorry to say, but the country is corrupt as fuck.
They're telling people.
The Soviet Union, dude. It's first of all, it's corrupt because the Soviet structure remained to a big extent. Second, there was a huge power grab after the Soviet Union collapsed, with which fucking mobsters and criminals and all kinds of crooks just grabbed power, like Abramovich, for example, or Putin, the ex-KGB agent. He owns lots of shares of Gazprom, man. His family is fucking rich beyond belief. Like, people don't speak about these things because they aren't being told anything.
The official,
can't believe, man.
Yeah, the official numbers from Ukraine at the moment are 5,106 people infected, 133 deaths, and 275 recovered. But to be honest with you, you can't rely on these numbers.
What's the population of Ukraine?
About 45 million at this point, I think.
Okay.
It's a bit less because the population has decreased because of migration.
Yeah, they're all living here in Paphos.
Actually, there's not a lot of Ukrainians here. Wait, they're in Cyprus? There's lots of Ukrainians?
Yeah, we got a shit ton of Ukrainians over here. They come over here for like 6 months and then fuck off somewhere else for 6 months and then come back here. I know a shit ton of Ukrainians that do that. They'll like do volunteer work and stuff like that, live here like 6 months and then, yeah. those are the ones that don't like
Getting ready
stay
for
here.
the invasion.
The thing is, believe it or not, it's
Oh
weird.
yes, because Ukrainians can totally dominate things. I mean, look at them dominating the Russians right now.
It's all an inside job, bro.
The thing is, I have to say, all of Eastern Europe, the numbers are quite low. I mean, you've got like Belarus, 4,799.
Don't trust Belarus,
Lithuania,
fucking communist state.
Yeah, but I mean, the numbers generally, Poland, 8,742. The numbers are not in tens of thousands. They're even Romania, 8,418. It's still under 10,000 for most of the countries in that Eastern European bloc. So I don't know what they're exactly, whether it's bad reporting. I mean, like Republic of Czech, 6,606. These are just confirmed cases, at least according to this site that I'm on. But it's apart from, and you have to go to Austria till you break the 10,000 mark, which is like Austria's 14,000, and then then you get really big numbers like Germany and France and Italy and the rest. So
well, but because we treated this as an invasion, not as something. Nothing will happen. Bullshit. We were like having a lockdown before we had the first case.
Yeah, that might have been it then. That might have been
a week before.
Yeah.
I feel like we waited way too long to close that border between Canada and America. I like have such a strong feeling that our cases came from Washington State. Because in the beginning of the whole thing, when it started in the States, New York and Washington were the hot spots. I mean, New York is a lot worse, but people travel back and forth between Washington and BC all the time, every single day.
How bad is Vancouver for it at the moment?
We're doing great in Canada from what I know, but honestly, I have not watched the news in weeks because nothing's going to change. It's just going to continue to be the same story again and again.
Yeah.
And it like sucks the life out of you. So you can't really like it. It's hard not to worry about it when it's happening all over the place. You know what I mean? But Canada is doing well. And I think the last thing I saw, Trudeau was saying that restrictions that are in place right now, like lockdown stuff, isn't going to be lifted for at least weeks, which I hope means that border will stay closed. Like I don't want that shit open. I don't want anybody traveling unless it's essential, which is what I think it is right now.
I'm impressed that Trump hasn't said the same about the virus that he has about the economy, that it's just going to fix itself.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so crazy. Trump is like so crazy right now. And you know what? Usually I love the guy just because he is so entertaining, but like this is such a scary situation. And he, like the way he, in like a 72-hour time span was like, we have taken all care of all the cases. We got 15 cases. 5 of those are fully recovered. And then within like 24 hours of that, it was a national state of emergency. And I was like, oh my God. And now he's saying we knew all along, all this shit. And it's so crazy.
Just a plague, bro.
It's so crazy. Yeah, it's just crazy to see him. I like Boris, though. Boris's response has been great. No matter how much people have fucked up, the way that they've handled the public has been good. That I will say.
Well, Trump maybe by defunding the World Health Organization. That's what I'm going to say.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear that.
Has done the right move by defunding the World Health Organization because it's corrupt beyond belief.
You're talking about Trump?
Trump's policy on the World Health Organization.
Yeah, he's stopped funding.
Sorry, Steve. What were you thinking about the Boris Johnson's handling? You were saying something.
I mean, the WHO is basically.
I think he's done okay. Although we have not closed the borders.
Sorry, guys.
I live under the flight path of Heathrow, and the planes are still flying over.
Yeah.
I live under
crazy.
the flight path
People are still coming
and
in and out of the UK.
Yeah,
mate. I live under the flight path in Paphos, and they did that 3 weeks ago. They shut all the airports. No, 4 weeks ago now, and they're still extending it for another 2 weeks.
Really?
No flights in or out.
Sorry,
Sounds
MC, you were
about
saying
right.
something?
They've closed 3 of the 5 terminals at Heathrow, but 2 of them are still open, and they're coming in and out every day.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
saw that. I saw that as well. That they're talking about this was. on Thursday they were talking about they should have, or at least the head of Heathrow said they should have a standard for testing. They should know. They should. This is a time that they should start thinking about having an international standard for testing. Now they're thinking about having a standard, dude. 4 fucking weeks ago you should have been on this. What, are you kidding me? Now you want to have a standard on testing?
I wanted to ask you guys something because I already.
It's weird, isn't it? Because we can have a full-scale lockdown.
Let me just ask you guys a question because I spoke about this in my stream, but the people on from my stream to this one. So, from what I perceive, is that the first reaction of the UK to the virus was the idea of the herd immunity policy. You probably saw it. Right? You probably saw it on the scientists explaining what it is, blah, blah, blah. But then they pulled back with it because there was very bad feedback about it. There were people complaining that, it's very bad, we're going to die, blah, blah, blah. So they decided to do it like everybody else. They decided to do the lockdown. But it means that they have considered the herd immunity. And I've heard that in Norway, or is it Sweden, it was one of the Nordic countries, they were doing something similar with the herd immunity stuff. So what do you guys think about it? Do you think it's...
Yeah, I think it's Sweden.
Or we should do, what we should do with it. Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Steve, you were saying?
We have crap media in this country. If you look at the daily statements from the government and the quality of the questions that the media give, they're all just trying to get the gotcha moment, the sensational headline. And I think that's why the government backtracked from talking about the herd immunity, because our press are just so childish and pathetic.
But do you think herd immunity would be the better solution?
That's our little, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is... Sorry, go on, Steve.
Whatever we do, we don't know that it's not going to return and that there's not going to be further waves of it next year and the year after. So therefore, unless people get immunity naturally, or they create and discover a vaccine that's effective and then push it out to the masses, you're going to get rid of it by one of those two routes.
I think that
people are going to die.
Yeah, this is the exact thing, Steve. I think people are going to die. They know people are going to die. Now they just have to manage the people from losing their shit and rioting when people start to die. That's, I think, is what they're really going for.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. It's about managing society. It's about managing levels of civil unrest and paranoia and resilience, people's resilience.
Yeah, and this is
take it slowly. If we'd known 4 weeks ago, we'd now have, what's the level of deaths in the UK?
At the moment, we
1,000. If that had been suddenly been absolute mass hysteria.
Yeah. I mean, right now we're at 15,497, at least according to this particular site, when it comes to deaths and recovered. This is what I don't get, is this massive gap between recovered and deaths. We only have 414 people officially recovered from COVID. I can't imagine that that's true. I think that is definitely wrong.
You think it's higher or lower than that?
I think it's higher because there'll be people who would have recovered without ever being reported.
Yeah, but there's probably like a huge latency with the numbers we're getting, so they're not accurate to the moment,
but
right?
The gap between deaths, which is 15,497, and recovered is 414, whilst Germany's gap is 85,400 recovered and 4,426 deaths. That is a major. That's like an inverse of the British.
I just think you can't. I think it's just basically risky making comparisons between countries. So I think I heard earlier that German's stats I think it was Germany, are inclusive of care home deaths, whereas the UK's stats are just in hospital deaths. And it's down to, in terms of percentages and what have you, how many people the country is testing, and we know the UK is testing a really low proportion
That's
compared
why,
with a lot of other countries.
That's exactly why I think the recovered numbers are so low, is because we don't have a proper testing setup, whilst in Germany and other places are testing far more people, and that's why that's.
I don't know and apparently in the UK, if you die of something else in the UK, so the prime cause of death is something else, and they will still test you for COVID. If you had COVID, you're reported as a COVID death, even though the main cause of death might be COVID.
Yeah, that's a bit off.
Whereas other countries aren't doing that.
Yeah.
So
it's the way it's been recorded. That's why I'm suspicious of that.
And who knows what the numbers dying in and who knows what the number of people dying in care homes? It's probably shitloads.
Care homes and their own private residences and all of that. Now, one thing I will say, this is to, like I've been saying it for a while, to people like Sargon of Akkad or other libertarians who are talking about, oh, it's terrible how, why is the government taking liberties away from people who are just driving alone in their cars, or people who are hiking out into the mountains on their own.
That's driving me a little bit up the wall.
Yeah,
too.
but the thing is, this is for me, this is because they don't fundamentally understand what the lockdown is. The lockdown isn't to keep people from catching the virus. The lockdown is to keep people from rioting in the streets. The lockdown is about people management, not about virus management.
Well, it's a bit of both, wouldn't you say? It's definitely virus management.
But I promise you, the reason they care about some dude driving on his own in his car is not because he's going to catch and spread the virus. It's because that individual is out and about, and he will encourage other people to go out and about. Not to mention, he's in a car. He could get into a car accident and then take another spot in the hospitals, have an ambulance come up, go over to the site of the accident. So there's all sorts of other reasons as well. But it's generally, the whole thing is about keeping the people in line. It's all about people management. Some aspect of it will have tangent benefits towards the virus, but I don't think they care. I think the government of UK, at least, has resided to the fact most people in the UK are going to get infected by this, and so we just have to make sure the people don't lose their shit and start rioting in the streets or having huge protests. Or just generally, we have to make sure the people are managed.
But like we did our lockdown and we caught it like at such a great time on the timeline, and the reason that we're going to manage that problem well is because of the lockdown. So I think the larger point is the virus, because it does slow it down greatly when less people are out and about, because that one person in their vehicle, you don't know where they're going, where they could pick things up from, where they couldn't, what door handle they're going to touch, what the fuck they're going to do. And like the less, like when I called the nurse's line, she was like, please, I need you to make sure that you are free of symptoms for 72 hours, because the only way we're going to flatten this curve is if people actually pay attention and stay home. I know it sucks, but it's so important to be responsible, because frankly, they don't really know. You know what I mean? They don't have enough data to track exactly how this virus is working, if it's mutated, how it's going to behave 3 months down the road. And I think it's very important for whatever outcome that could happen with this virus, to keep people away so they're not acting as vessels to move the thing around. It is important.
One other thing I wanted to throw into this mix is, I recently saw a video. It was actually on Real and Maggie's video, where there was a New York doctor who was saying that he qualified himself by saying he's been a doctor for X amount of years, etc., etc. But the main thing he said was that since he's been dealing with this problem, and they call it's supposed to be a respiratory problem, he says that the treatments, the oxygens, the extra amount of oxygens that they're giving people to deal with this, whilst if they're suffering and they can't breathe, etc., etc. He basically, in a nutshell, he suggested that the treatments of the extra oxygen could potentially be the reason why a lot of people are either having permanent lung damage, or they're actually dying, not because of the virus, but because the treatment is is.
You mean like the ventilator? Like giving people oxygen through the ventilator?
Ventilators are actually exacerbating these certain conditions, and people with weaker lungs and so on and so forth are in fact being damaged by these things because the treatment that they've been told that they're supposed to give isn't a proper. This disease has not been properly diagnosed, and so they've been told this is what they have to do from top down, because of the other information that they've had from ex-people. But he suspects that the actual assessment of this disease has not been done. And so they are not treating people properly for this thing. And this ventilator, giving people extra oxygen and ventilators, could in fact be adding to the deaths rather than actually helping people. And so there was he's basically, in my opinion, he's thrown a monkey wrench in the whole treatment issue, because the ventilator thing isn't he's not convinced that it's the right treatment.
The only like rebuttal that I would have against that is that, like, when your lungs aren't working at full capacity, your body's not getting the oxygen it requires, right? So you breathe heavier, and you breathe in whatever way your alveoli, which are severely affected, which is where oxygen absorption happens between your blood cells and your lungs. If that's affected so severely, it in my head, it would make sense to give people oxygen. Maybe it's the ventilators themselves, because like your body needs oxygen, right? Like your brain doesn't do well with a lack of oxygen. That's a big problem.
Of course.
So that's why it makes sense to give people oxygen. I wonder how it would work, that was a negative.
Yeah, it could be the amount or the ratio. I don't know, because I know when I was in hospital, there was like you can actually have like gas and air and stuff like that, which are like nitrous oxide and oxygen mix, and there's various different levels of pure oxygen and not so sort of different levels of mixed oxygen. So I don't know. Maybe it's because they're giving people too much of. I mean, could you have too much oxygen?
I don't know. I mean, I imagine just like you can have too much water, you can have too much oxygen, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, this is what I mean. This is the sort of monkey wrench, if you like, that's been thrown into the works of, if the hospitals are not treating people for the right disease or the right way, that may be the reason why some of the deaths, or it could be a contributing factor to these deaths that people are suffering from. But again, there's so much unknowns that it's really hard. But I mean, this is something I saw, and it started to make me think that it may not be. I mean, because I heard a whole host. I mean, the conspiracy theories are up the fucking charts when it comes to this thing. People are talking about, the other day, if I were to believe the conspiracy theories, if I walk past a 5G, tower, my dick's gonna fall off and my heart's gonna explode in my chest, and an alien will eventually come out of it.
No, you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong, mate. What it is, right, is DARPA were working on this virus for years at the DARPA HQ and using chemtrails that they've like put microchips, like nanites, in us using this virus. And then using 5G, they turned it on and activated the virus. There you go.
There you go. That's exactly how that worked. So yeah, if I were to believe the conspiracy theories, there's a lot of directions you're going to end up going with these things. So this is why I'm really, really careful about mentioning anything that is out of the official government's, if you like, line of thinking, because there's just too many conspiracy assholes out there.
Well, it's fun to talk about, right? It's fun to entertain the ideas, but like you just can't hold on to. You can't espouse yourself to anything when it's just such an uncertain time. They don't know very much about this thing, and every day it gets a little less assuring because everybody wants to have an answer because we're so used to having everything now, But this is something that has hit us from left fields. And we're all just like,
well, I mean, this is the other half of the thing. Who believes? Who's got that much faith in Bill Gates? Because apparently Bill Gates is like either you think he's the savior of the planet, or he's Darth Vader reincarnated. So
no, he can't be in between, right? Like he has to be one or the other.
Yeah. He's either the greatest man ever lived, or he's fucking the Satan, Beelzebub himself. Selling us computer software. So as far as like the Bill Gates situation is concerned, he tried to warn us, and even Obama made a statement sort of warning in 2015 about such a scenario. So people have stood up and said, look guys, this fucking bus is coming towards us. Can we please start thinking about it? No one gave a shit. No politician did anything about it. Everybody thinks in 5-year cycles. And they just.
Did you see that Monty Python meme with this whole thing? Like tracking the timeline of COVID and like the two guards standing at the door? Yeah, and it was like the two guards standing at the door, and it's like the guy, they show him running towards them. And then they show them, they don't care. And then he's running closer and they don't care. And right when he gets to the gate, he just stabs them. Like they just didn't even notice he was there.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is what I mean. People, other people have seen things come down the pipeline, and people just don't give a shit. People just like, yes, all right, that asteroid won't hit us. I'm sure
it needs to hit before people are like, oh shit, we got hit by an asteroid.
We'll just get the Earth to do the lambada just before the asteroid hits, and they will just shuffle away.
We probably have this psychological defense to not to think that something's that horrible, because frankly nobody wants the end, whatever kind.
Yeah, maybe us.
I want the end.
Yeah, but the thing is, maybe us as individuals might not want to think about such a grim scenario, but our freaking governments are supposed to think about it. They're supposed to put in contingencies.
People, and they are the most. I mean, their imagination is the most limited. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
Yeah, but this is. I guess this.
You know what? The thing to remember about anybody right now, I know it's super easy to just be like, fuck this person, fuck this political side, fuck this whatever, but like all these organizations are made up of individual people who all have fucking cognitive biases and all the stupid shit that all of our brains have. And under pressure is when you really recognize whether people are going to do the right thing or wrong thing. And a lot of the time, the pressure really fucks with their thinking and they do the wrong thing. You know what I mean? It's... We have to be a little bit sympathetic and empathetic towards everybody right now, because like being in that divisive mindset where it's like, oh, it's this person's fault, fuck this political person, it's just so counterproductive. People need to chill out on that stuff. Like we have a pandemic, it's killing all of us, guys. It doesn't matter if you're black or brown power or white or whatever the fuck, Boris Johnson or Donald Trump, like everybody is at equal risk to get this thing. And get sick.
But this is not about race. There's a problem beyond that.
Sorry, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Boris Johnson basically have asked for it. He have shake hands with people in the hospital, so it's a little bit hard for me. For a person with that lack of imagination, who the fuck you think he is? Because he's the Prime Minister of Britain, then it will not affect him. Oh, you are the Prime Minister of Britain, so I'll not infect you. Probably, I don't know.
Did he think it wouldn't? I don't understand the argument.
I think he
it wouldn't affect him. I don't think Boris Johnson's that stupid.
No, I think Johnson thought that since the medical advice was that it's not that prevalent in the country, I think he went off of that that it's still a safe time to go out and about. And then he went to hospitals where there were COVID patients. And he shook either hands. I don't know whether he shook hands with the actual patients, but he probably shook hands with the doctors and nurses. He was in the environment unprotected. And boom.
He got it. Like that's his consequence. He got really fucking sick. Yeah. I thought it was really gross that people were like, "Fuck Boris! I fucking hope Boris dies!" Like, man, I'm just like. Yikes!
That was really like how insensitive have we become as a nation, where our political divide is so deep that we will wish death upon a person who's ill.
If you are looking at this issue through a left or right lens, you are looking at this through the wrong perspective. You need a new perspective sweater, my friends. Get a change of fucking brain clothes, because your thoughts right now are bullshit. And if you're like, as a liberal or as a conservative, no, just sit down and shut up. Yeah, because this is unnecessary.
I have a problem with that. I wanted to say it a while ago. It's that the situation has been caused by a certain country and by a certain organization. by China and the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
They have, for me, they have 100% of all responsibility for this virus. Because first of all, China has hid the virus for a whole month. China has lied about it and tried to cover it up, just like in Chernobyl. That's why I mentioned Chernobyl a while ago. Then they started pulling strings in the World Health Organization. They started calling the countries that wanted to close borders racist. They started, calling racist anyone who said it was the fault of the Chinese. They made the World Health Organization not have any communication with Taiwan, which was the country and still is the country that dealt the best way with the virus. People are sick. A few dozen deaths. That's nothing compared to other countries.
Yes.
Nowadays, China is even threatened biological warfare to the US. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but they threatened to withhold medical help because the Chinese are producing most of the medicine.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's not only that. Not only that. In Italy, they had Hug a Chinese Person Day.
Exactly.
What kind of fucking insane bollocks was that?
What is that? Somebody please tell me what that is.
Oh my
That
god!
sounds-
Oh, dude!
A video on YouTube where this Chinese guy puts an iPhone on himself and says, "Can you hug a Chinese person?" It's so brain dead. So stupid.
Kind of like Hug a Terrorist.
Yeah. Like a guy with a turban dressing up with a fake explosive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's freaking insane. It's absolutely insane. Let me show you. I'll share my screen in a second. Let me show you what this craziness is. But yeah,
what I was
go on.
trying to say is that some sides are clearly lying, and the problem is that the source of information where we get most of the information from is being corrupted by personal interests and by bribery.
Yeah, and I totally understand the concern, and I do understand the need to like the having the conversation where like we want to know who's responsible so we can prevent this kind of stuff from happening in the future and stuff. But like at the same time, yeah, absolutely, and I agree. But like on a personal level, right? Like there are people who take really personally that line of thinking where it's like it's not just a discussion; they get really into it, and it's like you can't be too emotionally invested in it. You have to talk about it in like a dispassionate way so that you can actually make headway. It can't be because it's ultimately divisive to play the blame game too. You know what I mean?
You see what I put up?
Lying. It's not when the side
No,
is...
no. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying there has to be a little bit of a disconnect on a personal level from the argument so that it. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like just for everybody's individual mental health. You know,
Did you guys?
That's what I'm saying.
Can you guys see what I put up? This was on 20th of This was the 4th of February. This video was posted. This was literally as the virus was spreading around, and believe it or not, guess which country got it really bad after China?
No kidding.
Yeah, Italy.
Yeah,
Italy got it really fucking bad after China. I wonder why.
I'm glad they were tolerant for a while.
I swear. Sometimes I think the left is gonna fucking be the death of us all. For the sake of diversity, they will fucking.
This is just so. It's just so. I don't get it. Like, why would you do this? This is not a thing of what are you solidarity and passing the virus around.
It's just insane. It's insane.
It's super irresponsible, and like you're not doing the world a favor. It's like for that instant gratification, like virtue point that you want for yourself selfishly, instead of the greater good of everybody and what you should do in that sense. And that's why this.
Actually, I had a lady called Angel Moon. She's saying it's not the oxygen; it's putting them on ventilators that damages the lungs. So yeah, I mean, this was a little while back. Sorry, guys, I'm reading the text a little bit late, but it seems. I mean, I've got my own worries when it comes to these ventilators. From what I've noticed with the thing like the treatment from the malaria drug, the treatment for the influenza drug, there's a lot of experimental shit going on. People are experimenting with different treatments. Mm-hmm. So to me, it appears there's a lot of experimentation happening with the as far as treating this thing is concerned. And are they really telling us how many people are dying because of the COVID, or are they dying because of the treatments that screwed up?
And if there's even enough time right now that has passed to know.
Exactly. So,
you know what I mean?
There's some serious question marks over a lot of things that I've got worries about, and you see, because ultimately, we are all going to know someone, whether it's in our own family or close friends.
Hey, you guys know me, and I got it.
There you go. You got it, but you survived. I'm worried about those who will lose a family member. That they will lose someone close to them, and I don't want anyone to have to do that. But I don't know, because I'm looking at strategies. How would I deal with this if tomorrow I get a call from my mom, my brother, whoever family member? I'm down, I'm ill, I'm sick, and I'm coughing my lungs out, and I go around, and I'm trying to treat them, I'm trying to help them, I make them soup, whatever.
No, you're not going to do that.
I sure as shit will. If it's my mom, I don't give a fuck about the lockdown.
But then what if you get sick, and what if you leave that house and you pass that to somebody else on your way?
I mean, I will stay until they recover, and I will stay on the length of period until I'm being cleared. No, I will just stay there full time. But there's no way you're gonna have to. Fucking God himself will have to come down. Jesus will have to come down and fucking tell me to stay in my place if my mum calls me and says she's ill. There is no fucking way on this planet.
That's super tough.
You're gonna have to put a bullet in my head before you can fucking stop me to getting to my mum. But as far as like treating them, helping them, I'm mentally strategizing what things should I be doing, and who should I mean, at what stage should you call the hospital, and will they take your family member into hospital, and you're pretty much signing off their
if they can't breathe
warrant.
They absolutely will.
Yeah, but what I mean
that is a really big indication.
This is what I mean. This is the scary part. Is are you actually sending them to their death, or are you actually sending them in to get better?
Because of the ventilators. I see what you're saying.
Exactly. These are serious concerns. These are like, I'm putting my head into the position of, this is a reality. This has just happened. What do you do? Hot pop quiz, hot shot. Your mother is ill. and the hospitals, and you've got a question mark over the ventilators, are going to kill your mum or not. What do you do?
That would be so stressful. Oh God, Banksy, I hope your mom does not get ill.
No,
tell her to stay the fuck home.
Yeah, I know.
And not go out or anything.
I know, but what I'm saying is, this is a. I'm trying to be realistic about this.
No, I know you are. I'm just saying.
Wish and pray.
Just keep her inside, okay? Don't let her go anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, the simple answer is really, like, if there's concerns over ventilators, I'd rather go down the ventilator route, because it's still going to be a better chance of survival than not having.
Yeah, be around doctors. Not you, Banksy. You're not a fucking doctor, okay?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But what I
mean, the doctor's like, oh, there is a risk on the ventilator, but it would be better for her to be on it. Then obviously I'm going to go with it. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what they're going to say.
Exactly. But what I mean is, we're now chatting. Okay, maybe to a small audience here, and there's a few hundred people watching or have watched, but our voices on these shows, on these streams, do carry to some extent. And if we were to give some kind of help, some kind of message, some kind of, I like to think that we're all rational, reasonable people. We don't believe in fairy tales in the sky. So most of us will look at this in a real way. We're not looking at hopes and prayers. I'm not going to sit around and claps my hands in prayer and hope that Jesus or Allah will save my mum. I'm thinking real shit. I'm thinking, what do I do? How does this gonna work? I believe in the scientific method, so I'm trying to calculate this as realistically as possible. And so for those people who are out there who will come across, and I promise you, there will be people in this chat, in this stream, who will know or come across a family member or someone very close to them who will be touched by this. We have Amy K in case in point now. We're very lucky that she's wonderfully strong and has an immune system like a fucking Hercules. She kicked the shit out of that thing. But not all of us will be that lucky. So we have to be realistic about this. We have to say, okay, what do we do? What avenue, what decisions do you make? Because those decisions within, whether you make it within a day, whether you make it within an hour, they could mean the difference between life and death of that family member or that friend. I mean, those decisions could mean the difference between them walking out of the hospital or you'll never see them again. So this is real. I think of this as a real shit. I'm not playing here. This is no joke, no funny gags. There's no punchline to this. This is real shit that's gonna come at your door at some point. What do you do? What calls should you make? Should you be thinking about what sort of calls you should make now, so that when the day comes, if the day comes, shall I say, hope the day will never come for any of you, but if it does come, what calls do you make? How soon do you call the doctors? Do you do it in the first week? Do you do it in the first day? You know what? This is what I mean. These are the things. I'm seriously. These thoughts run through my head. I run scenarios like this. I'll be honest. I'm an IT guy. I run simulations not only on computers but in my own head. So I run simulations all the time.
I'm just going to take the advice of my government. You know, the government say if you think that you might have it, call this number and follow their instructions. You know, that's what I'm going to do.
But even the governments in this country are saying that in a lot of cases, as the curve gets steeper and the numbers get bigger and bigger, they're going to start telling people to treat themselves at home. Okay, fine. I have to treat myself at home.
I hope that my government will tell me that, because when I am thinking about going to any hospital, especially from my own NHS, I'm like more horrified than from being tried to cured by the doctors in my country than those from the public sector than by this virus. To be honest, yes, it's a post-communist relic, a fossil. The entire healthcare system in Poland, and I am terrified to going there, because it is more of a chance that I'm going to die. Because the doctor is more of a fucking doctor, to be honest.
Here it's not like in Eastern Europe. Here it's safer, I think. In Ukraine, there's plenty of bad quality of medicine. Probably similar situation than in Poland, even though I would say in Poland it's probably a bit better. But here it's better, wouldn't you say so?
You know when it's better? When you are playing the doctor under the table, then it's better. It's always like that. There.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. This is
the doctor is fuck him. He can be rip apart. He can fall apart. I don't care. Just clean up his corpse. That's the attitude of the doctors in my country. To be honest, you better pay. You better have the money to give them under the table or officially to the hand.
Yeah, it's the same in Ukraine.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It is. I don't want to be a downer. I don't want it to become a thing. It's just these are the thoughts in my head as I run some of these ideas and these things.
Step one in every simulation you run: stay calm.
Well, yeah, of course. But if you're prepared, you see what I found is if you're prepared, if you know what's coming around the corner, if you've already set yourself up, you stay so much calmer than if you're not prepared.
You want Gatorade, you want chicken noodle soup, you want to have bottled water, and acetaminophen or Tylenol. They advise against Advil.
We're in Europe. None of that means anything to any of us.
Paracetamol, I think it's called.
Yeah, paracetamol. Yeah, paracetamol instead of ibuprofen.
Oh no, paracetamol is ibuprofen?
No. It's better to take paracetamols than ibuprofen. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I took while I had the fever, and it didn't really help with the fever too much, but it helped with the body soreness.
Yeah, because the paracetamol will only sort of shut down some of the nerves, the pain sort of issues. It deals with the symptoms. So the paracetamol will probably help with the headaches and body aches. Then you've got probably like a cold. This is what I mean. This is why I think you should have someone if you're of a certain age to look after you. Is probably you need someone with a cold towel to constantly dab put it on your forehead, your feet, and constantly try to bring your
it's that
down.
Annoying shit where you wear a blanket and you're just so fucking hot.
Yes.
And then you take it off and you're freezing because the fever is actually very intense. It's not like the fever that you get with the cold or the flu. It's like, I don't know, man, this shit was just, it was unreal, man.
That's exactly it.
I felt like my brain was melting in my head. I was like, that's it. Like, I'm not brain damaged from this fucking thing. Never mind lung damage.
Yeah. And also did you do anything like steaming? Like put a hot bowl of water with maybe some menthol crystals and stuff to breathe that in?
I tried to take a bath and I opened like a little container of Vicks. And I kind of like you know, it like heated up with the vapors and hit me. But I could only sit in that bath for 5 minutes before I was like, oh, I'm getting dizzy. I'm so hot right now.
Yeah.
But I was just feeling cold. And, you know, like when you sleep for almost 2 days, it's fucking gross, right? You don't shower for 2 days. You're in like on your bed for fucking, it's just,
The sweat, the oils, the just things, grease coming off you. So
It's just
I'm sorry.
nasty.
I was on Pornhub. Hold on. Let me just change.
Are you watching that Corona porn? That's definitely a thing
I
right
was
now.
always all over
my
that Corona
God.
porn.
Corona porn.
Yeah, there's so much Corona
of that.
porn. It's so funny.
There's people
I just
in masks
every
and hazmat suits.
every
rubbing-
opportunity to just make a porn of something. What is that law called?
Which one?
The one where if it exists, there's porn of it. I know there's like a term for that.
I don't know.
The rules.
Is it
rules
like?
something.
Is it like that?
It's
other-
kind of like it's like the term Godwin's law, right?
Yeah,
it all
yeah.
leads back to Hitler, but
this one always-
it's if it exists, there's a porn of it.
Hold on. I don't know if I should type porn law in
Careful what you're googling.
legal status of international internet pornography.
And make sure you're not screen sharing.
Pornography law by region. It's not quite. I'm not getting the results I need.
Rule 34. Rule 34 is
That's it. I knew it.
there you go.
But it's like stuff for cartoons and shit. It's not just any kind of porn.
Joe.
Is Rule 34 is an internet meme and slang that states that as a rule, internet pornography exists concerning every conventional topic. The concept is commonly depicted as fan art of normally non-erotic subject engaging in sexual behavior. So yeah, everything.
Like hijabi.
Hijabi porn, dude. There's loads of hijabi porn. Steve, have you never seen hijabi porn?
I know.
Oh, I have. I've seen so much of it. I love
I
it.
have. Don't worry.
It's brilliant. I mean, you know,
I will say,
I like all pussy. I don't care where it comes from. I want to see it all.
I will
I
say.
want to see that brown pussy. I
My
want to see that black pussy.
Yes, yeah, pussy.
You need to invite Rajiv, man.
I will say this: midget porn is, as far as I'm concerned,
Hilarious.
the ultimate in pornography and comedy combined. It is like porn meets. You know, it's like porn meets Ricky Gervais.
The circus.
It is a fantastic synergy. Of
You're supposed to
comedy.
say little person porn now, not midget porn.
Yeah, that's
actually,
politically correct.
You are
Oh, you know, one time there was
Wharf porn.
yes, yeah, there was one time actually I was in a strip club, which was part of a porn party that I was because I worked for a porn company, and they had as a special guest or special event night, we had 3 midget strippers, and it was glorious. It was one of the best
3.
entertainments that I'd ever seen. You've never been stripped, or you've never had a stripper unless you've had, you've never enjoyed a woman stripping as much as if you have a midget lady strip for you.
Oh my god.
That is like the peak of stripperness. And
I
I'm
want
telling
to.
you,
I want to see midget strippers now. Thanks, Banksy.
3 of them
dude,
at the same
dude.
time.
you haven't lived. You haven't lived unless you've seen a little girl try to climb up this long
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean midget. Midget.
Little person.
She was a fully grown woman. Possibly in her 30s.
A grown woman, probably, maybe in the Neanderthal time.
That came out completely wrong. Let me rephrase. When you see a little midget person try to climb a giant pole.
Midget person. That's great. Little midget person.
Is that
You
still
got
not
it all.
Better than little girl.
You
I
got it
said
all.
little. I said little.
Okay, you have the dwarves.
But yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you, these stripper poles, they are extra long for them, because it's just twice the distance they have to climb. But it's great. It was so entertaining. It was unbelievable. But okay, swiftly moving from midget porn to actually, I don't know what other subject do you guys have in mind. We delved way too much into midget porn than I care.
I think keeping the topic range. What other porn have you been watching lately, Banksy? Other than midget porn.
Midget porn is just fantastic comedy. I mean, real porn, the thing is, I'm old school. I go back to like the 70s. The guy has a handlebar mustache. He's trying to fix a fridge, and then the girl comes.
Delivery guy turns up.
Exactly. I'm old school. I'm Ron Jeremy's era porn.
Ron Jeremy.
I go way back. I'm like, porn back in the 80s. So yeah, I'm not into this new shit. I don't know what they do, the kids these days, but
are you telling me that you're basically still masturbating to that Deep Throat movie from the late 70s?
Exactly. Linda Lovelace.
Yes, actually.
You were watching nostalgic porn, actually.
Yeah. I will say this, and I thank the heavens above and the lords of the universe for introducing shaven haven porn to the modern woman, because basically women who shaven haven, they shave. I mean, look, 70s porn versus 2005
porn.
See,
like, my life has always been no pubic hair. So, like, when people talk about having pubic hair, I'm like, what?
Well,
so you're shaven.
What do you mean?
Shaven haven.
So you're a shaven haven.
Of course.
Oh, that is the
waxy taxi.
But I will tell you this. I can almost categorically tell you that is because of porn. If it wasn't for porn, women would still be carrying the lion's mane around their fucking crutches.
I don't know why. It's just gross. Like, hair traps bacteria. So I don't know why you would want that near your genitals, regardless.
I'm with you on that, because I just think, look, as a man who enjoys the clitoris,
eating pussy,
as a man who enjoys a bit of cunnilingus,
just say it.
I would prefer not to have to take out the hedge trimmers in order to get to the golden nugget in the middle.
You don't want to have to do one of these.
Better to eat pussy, not floss your teeth, mate.
I don't want to have to wear a safari suit in order to find the clitoris. I'm just saying.
There's no need to go in the deep bush, mate.
Well, I mean, you can save yourself some time and just wear a hazmat suit now, because all pussy's corona pussy.
Yeah. I mean, they say, some of these diseases come from eating bushmeat, and
oh my lord,
I don't want to do that.
Oh my god, I hear the church bells ringing. Shush, hold on. Oh my god, it's actually fucking happening. I don't believe this. I thought I was getting trolled by the media in this country. Okay, to explain. So obviously Kova can't go to the churches and everything. I live in Cyprus, which is quite Orthodox and Christian. And in the press it said that all the church bells were going to be ringing and there's going to have the services blaring from the speakers and stuff. And now the church bells have started ringing and it's an hour towards midnight. And tomorrow's the big Sunday service. Oh my god, mate, I swear I'm gonna freak out.
What time is it there?
It's 11 o'clock.
Banksy, remember when I've told you that Poland is sometimes like the Catholic Northern Iran?
Uh-huh.
The Catholic Republic of Northern Iran?
Yeah.
Yes, because they have closed the churches like only 2 weeks ago. Fuck, I mean, Catholicism really is like a disease in this country, like a mental disorder, to be honest. Almost everything they have closed, supermarkets, cinemas, restaurants, but no, the churches can stay open. Fuck them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do have issues, and as I said, since Ramadan's going to be coming down the pipeline, it's going to be interesting to see how
Ramadama ding dong.
Ramadama ding dong.
Corona down.
So we're gonna see how the British government's gonna deal with that particular one. But yeah, the religious, I don't know. I mean, they're always the outliers. I mean, I don't see a lot of people fighting to get into football stadiums to watch their favorite game. But the religious still feel that they have the privilege of going to.
Hey, if I can't go to the pub, they shouldn't be allowed to go to fucking church. All right?
Exactly.
Or I'm off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or if not, then I'm going to start petitioning the government to have alcoholism become a religion.
I think that is actually a case you can make, and I think that is a fight worth fighting. That's the good fight, Jay.
Pavlov, we have probably won that war a long time ago in our countries. It's already at second religion there.
That is a noble fight that you should take up.
We have won a long time ago.
Yeah,
There's
alcoholism.
No fight, Banksy.
I mean, I commend you. I commend Poland for it, but I think in Britain we should fight that alcoholism is a religion, and that we should all be granted.
Do it.
Yeah. One thing I did.
It's a strong ideological belief.
It is. I'm committed to that. I'm committed. Sorry, Pavlov. What was that?
Check out the image that I said.
Oh, the image. Yeah, and I was always wondering how the corona has affected our prostitution industry. I'm not entirely sure how it's affected. Because I don't know how the ladies of the night are coping with the current corona thing.
Ladies of the night.
I haven't heard that in years.
Roxanne, you don't have to put on a red light.
Okay, you cutie faces. It was really good to talk to you, but I gotta go change my laundry.
Take care, my darling. Thank you for coming. It's been awesome.
You guys all please be safe, yeah?
Yes.
Don't do anything stupid. Okay?
You too,
of course
you
not.
too, my darling.
Okay.
Be
Okay.
good.
Love everybody. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Amy.
Bye.
Okay.
Basically a way of saying bye, Wasteman.
Wait a minute. Pavlov, did you send me some hentai shit? Is this what this is? About the corona hentai porn? He sent me some sort of corona hentai fucking porn here. Hold on. Let me share this properly. So you guys can see it too. But bear with me.
Corona Chan.
I swear to God, this man, he sent me some sort of corona hentai porn. Because I don't know what the hell.
Are you sure it's not a corona computer virus, mate?
Oh yeah.
It says corona.
We are infected.
It says, you can't stop me. I know kung fu. It says corona.
Kung Flu.
Kung flu. It says Corona-chan, not there, please. You can't stop me. I know kung flu. Holy shit.
I'm surprised you meme, man. You didn't
see?
see the specific meme.
Yeah, I just want to point this out for Steve because we're the old fellas. This is the shit that the kids watch. Kids watch. They crack one out to cartoons and shit.
Hang on.
It's called hentai.
What's the age bracket to be old timer?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the age bracket?
Threshold?
We're in
what's
that
the threshold?
We're in
comment.
To be honest, Banksy, I always want to see the hentai version of Sailor Moon.
But this is the thing. This is the modern kids sort of fantasy. They crack. I just could not bring myself to think you can crack one out to a cartoon.
No.
Dude, this is not cracking out. This is just a meme, man. What the hell?
I know. But I'm extending it from here to hentai because hentai. That's what hentai is, isn't it? It's just like cartoon porn.
What's hentai?
Well,
it's Japanese anime porn. And
Basically.
And it's like, why? I have never for once in my life looked at an octopus and thought, if that was fucking a woman, that would be really hot.
You've been watching some bad shit.
Come on! You know what these fucking Japanese draw? These tentacle fucking porn and shit.
It's because the Japanese are fucked up, man. They're fucked up to the head.
I've seen your hentai. Don't give me this shit, Pavlov. I've fucking...
Come on, man. No,
I've worked
hentai.
in the porn industry. I have made porn that you may have cracked off to at one point, okay? I have produced that shit.
Dude, fucking hell. Don't
I was going to say, what was your precise role, Banksy?
Yeah, well, the moral of the story really is that just remember all the porn on the internet Banksy made. So just remember when you're masturbating, think of Banksy.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Thank you for all the things that you have made that I can jerk off to.
Yes. Well, I will tell you this. No, I mean not all the porn, but a reasonable amount of porn. I was behind probably some of the I mean, I've seen some of the porn that I was behind the camera that my company produced. I've seen it on Pornhub, but it's regular porn. To be honest with you, all it is women solo and girl. We never did boy girl. There was never a swinging dick in our set. On our set, there's like none of us were willing. None of us men on that set were willing to see another man's penis. So we were like, okay, we're not doing any of that shit. We're just having lesbian porn and solo porn by women. So the only naked people were women. On that set. So I have to say we at least held on to that much. We just couldn't. I think we were too I guess heterosexual to bring ourselves to see another man's dick just waddling around the place. Because you got to realize, in between shoots, there's a lot of waiting. There's a lot of waiting around, and these women are just walking around naked, just everywhere. You go to this. One time, I walked into the toilet because it was a bathroom, and I was gonna fill up the bath and put some foam in it in order to set it up for the next scene. And this girl was sitting on the toilet, and I thought she was just sitting there waiting. She was totally naked. And then as I walked in, like few steps in, I realized no, she was actually taking a piss. She was on the toilet. She wasn't like just sitting on it. And I was like, oh shit, I'm sorry. And I just walked out. She didn't even blink. It wasn't even a blip on her radar. She just like, oh yeah, that's fine. People would just walk around naked all the time. One of them, because one of the places we'd hired was in the middle of Prague. It was in the center of Prague, where the hotels, the Charles Bridge, all that stuff. And we hired a penthouse apartment where we did some of the shoots. And one of the ladies, literally naked, walked out onto the balcony, which was facing the market, started to light up a cigarette. We had to pull her back in and put a coat on her. Like, you can't just walk out. There's people there. There's children in the fucking market. they gave no shit. They gave
Czech Republic.
Yeah, it was crazy. The women, the ladies were so comfortable with being naked. It was ridiculous. So yeah, we had to kind of like curtail. Me and my crew were more uptight and conservative than the women that would come in, because we weren't a big major like porn production company. We just started producing this stuff because it was cheaper than buying the photos and videos from other production companies. So it was just for copyright purposes, really. It was just better for us to produce our own. But we did, as I say, I have seen some of the stuff we produced. And my laptop, my old laptop, is immortalized in porn, because in one of the porns, there is my laptop.
Featuring in it.
That's my claim to fame. I have a laptop in a porn film. But no, nobody came on it, and I didn't have to clean the keyboards afterwards. It was perfectly untouched. They left my keyboard alone.
So nobody waxed the keyboard. Good for you.
Nobody fucks with that key. No, it was. But the thing is, this is the misconception again about the whole industry. The women, not all of them, but some of the women were, or at least should I say, majority of them, first of all, spoke at least 3 to 4 languages. So they spoke, Czech. They spoke English, German. Some of them spoke French. A few of the girls were in university. One of them was studying politics and geology. So this misconception of like ladies of the porn industry are like just some blonde bimbos is completely wrong. Some of them are. Yeah, no,
it's the same in strip clubs. A lot of them are graduates, allegedly.
Yes.
Banksy, may I ask you about the bitter truth? Because let's face it, Czech Republic was cheaper, and you didn't have to pay those women as much as, for example, you have to pay in Britain, Germany, or wherever.
Sorry, you didn't have to what?
I mean, Czech Republic in general was and is cheaper to this day as a country. And you didn't have to pay those women as much as you would pay a British woman, a German one, or a French one. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh no. The prices were better for us to go to Czech, even
Yes.
though they were in euros. They were still in euros. We were paying in euros. We weren't paying in crowns. I think it is in Czech. But we were. We were
the
still.
woman desperate for the money there, more desperate than in the West. So I wouldn't be as surprised at all.
Yeah. No, they still worked out better. But it wasn't that we went to Czech because of it was cheaper, believe it or not. We went to Czech because the majority of women that were over 55 to 60, well, 60 to actually 55 to about 70, were available in the Republic of Czech as far as women who want to do porn. Because we had a series of magazines called 50 up, 60 up. Yeah, we had 40 up, 50 up, and 60 up. So it was any woman who was.
I vaguely remember them.
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah, so can I actually.
They were yours.
I may be giving away way too much about who I worked for.
They were really scraping the barrel, Mags.
They were the proper like the paper was like tissue paper.
Yeah,
they were really low end.
Absorbent.
Yeah, really low end porn.
I am joking.
But that was one group. We had other much higher level sort of penthouse, Playboy kind of quality level of magazines as well. But for the 70 up and 60 up and 50 up. We basically had to have women who of over 50 years old and 60 years old. And to be honest with you see, everybody thinks porn is all fun and games until you have to shoot a 65-year-old woman putting a vibrator in her vagina. That's when it's no longer fun and games. That's when you realize you're earning your fucking money tonight.
Having even to work with the most gorgeous and beautiful woman, it's also not that much fun and games because you have to put it up, at least as a man. The woman even have to stand or lay her down or in a certain position for an extended period of time that she wouldn't have to in a normal intercourse.
Yeah,
because shoot here, shoot there.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, I mostly pretended because if you look at you're looking at 70, 65. I mean, we had like women who were over 70 years old, some of them, and that they were kind of my grandmother's age, and so there's just like a whole host of thoughts of your own grandmother running through your head, and you're like, don't think about this, don't think about this, don't fucking just don't think. So my only method to deal with it, because otherwise I'd be coming back with some PTSD shit, is just I looked at the little screen on the camera, and I pretended that this was not real in front of me. This was just, as long as I just look at that little display on the camera, this shit is not happening in front of me. This is just happening in that little screen, because you don't want to. I promise you do not want to watch a 75-year-old woman put 2 dildos in her vagina. It's just not a sight most men care to see. And anyway, by the way, thank your lucky stars, there is no smell-o-vision. Oh, you thank your fucking lucky stars there is no smell-o-vision, because some of those ladies filled the room. We had to put a little bit of Vicks on our upper lip sometimes just to be able to carry on shooting. I am not this is no bullshit. No bullshit.
Okay, well, I'm definitely not masturbating tonight then.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time for need to go do something productive, guys. For the chat.
Pavlov's bailing out.
Yeah, before I go, I'll send you something else so you can, watch it on the stream, have a laugh. Just an image. See you guys later.
Take care.
I'll be coming to
Pavlov.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pavlov. Have a good one.
Banksy stories.
Sorry? MC?
No, I just said go treat yourself from the PTSD after your stories with 15, 60-year-old women.
Yeah, no, people think porn is all fun and games until you have to deal with that shit. The thing is, I don't know. I mean, they say there's a porn like rule. What was it? Rule 35. Rule 34. It's literally there is a porn for every taste and every desire that most people have. Of course, legal shit. There is still
Readers' Wives. Was that one of yours?
Readers' Wives. There was something
does
to do with
ring a
wives.
bell.
I don't know. It might be. It might have been.
I thought
Because if it's part of that sort of run of magazines, if it belongs to that run, Teen Angels,
I've got a feeling it might have been. Yeah.
18 up, 30 up, 40 up, 50 up, 60 up. If it's part of that,
So you
group-
work for that company, with the company that did all those magazines with just the number up on?
No,
yeah?
those were the range of that. I mean, we had Asian. What was it? Asian something.
Asian babes.
Yeah. Oh my God. Steve knows it.
I know them better than you.
yeah. It's a part of that collection, and I worked for that company that produced all those magazines. I'm giving away way too
amazing.
much because people are gonna fucking track my shit down now. Admittedly, that company since has long been dissolved. The first company that I worked
Was
for.
it anything to do with the Gold brothers?
No. It might have been that they may have owned it to begin with, but those
So the
magazines
guys
got
that own West Ham Football Club.
Well, this is what I mean. These magazines have actually been sold to various companies over the years. So that's
Right.
why I'm not too worried about it, because I know for a fact that since I worked there, which was well over 10 years ago, that those magazines have been sold to other people. Even the Paul Raymond line, which is also what we produced. The Paul Raymond magazines have all been since sold to various other magazines. So I'm like 3 or 4 companies away from it now. So even if they track down the company that produces them now, has nothing to do with me. So they can't track me down for it. But yeah, Paul Raymond publications and all the other various publications that came out of the others. The Paul Raymond were the high level stuff. They were the more penthouse.
They were, weren't they? And then
Playboy.
it was David Sullivan and the Gold brothers who did the lower end of the
Yeah, we were more in the razzle end. The razzle end.
Men only.
Oh my God! Yes, we actually produced that magazine.
What else was there? Razzle, Men only.
Great to know that Banksy made
Fiesta.
gay porn.
The thing is, it sounded like a dream job. It's just a job at the end of it. Nobody. It's not like we've got naked women walking around our office all day long. Only on the shoots that we went to. And my position on the shoots was actually as the IT manager. It was for the IT purposes. But because it was such a small team of like 3-4 of us, we all had to chip in for set design and cameraman and various different things we had to do. So most of the time, and I will tell you this, porn kills. If you work for porn, it'll kill your enjoyment of porn, because
I can imagine.
Because you're just around it all the time. You become desensitized to it, and not only that, I used to come back from these trips to Prague, and I would watch a regular porn, like on TV or a website. And instead of looking at the women or the men and women that are doing the thing on the screen, I'm looking at the cushions, the settee, and the set design behind them. I'm like, oh, that curtain doesn't go with that fucking settee. that pot plant is so out of place.
The cushions aren't straight.
The cushions are the wrong color.
Suck you up.
Sorry?
Your profession, your job has basically sucked you up to the fullest, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like you're looking at you literally are no longer looking at porn as normal people would look at porn. You're looking at set design and camera angles, and in a weird way, with this YouTube gig, it kept my interest in film, or film and sort of video production. So I suppose it led to that, because I know the guys who edited all the videos for us, and I worked with those guys for a bit. And admittedly, I still have almost zero talent for good editing, even though I knew those guys. But I at least picked up the skills, the video editing software and stuff like that. So yeah, those are the things. But otherwise, it's just a job. It's just a job. Everybody does it.
Some of us just get really awesome jobs with some downside to it, though. Anyway,
guys.
It's getting well late here, man.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's getting on a bit here as well, and I'm reaching the 5-hour limit of my stream. Which,
Oh wow.
which is surprising. Yeah, we started this at 5 o'clock today, then we Jay.
Yeah. It's been a hot minute, mate. It's been a hot minute, that's for sure.
Well, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And Steve, I will catch you at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
See you
sir.
tomorrow. Cheers.
Yes.
See you, Jay.
Take care, you guys. Have a good
mate.
one.
Take it easy.
See ya.
I'm gonna wrap it up with the audience. Have a good one, everyone. Love you all. Thank you for coming, Jay. Thank you, MC.
It's my pleasure, mate.
I'll talk to you soon, mate. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Whoops, a daisy. Okay, hello, my darlings, and that is wrapping up the show here. Thank you, everyone, for coming. You guys have been awesome. It was just an awesome conversation. Everybody on the panel was just amazing. Love Mr. J, the War Kettle. Go and subscribe and like Jay's War Kettle if you are not already subscribed to Jay, because he is awesome. And he also has Anne-Marie Walters on there fairly regularly as well. He's good friends with Anne-Marie Walters. As far as Steve, Speaker's Corner Steve, look up Speaker's Corner Steve's website, which should be, let me see, Atheist Steve, I believe, is on there. Let me just post that, because tomorrow I will most definitely be there with it's called Atheist Steve. Let me bring it up. Let me post it in the link in the thing. There it is. Guys, if you want to catch me and a whole host of Speaker's Corner guys, Atheist Steve, go check out Atheist Steve there. I don't think MC has a show or a or a YouTube channel, but if MC you do, post it on there, mate. Pavlov, thank you for Pavlov for jumping on the stream. I don't know Pavlov's. I gotta find Pavlov's. Where is it? Let me find Pavlov's YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel as well. Yep, there it is. I'm just gonna find it and post the link. So guys, check out Pavlov's YouTube channel. Also, he is an aspiring actor. I believe he is. I don't know if he's done anything, but he does some funny shit on his show, and he does streams. He does just sketches, all sorts of things. Go check out Pavlov's channel. It's a growing channel. I think it's gonna do well. Atheist Steve is gonna. I think Atheist Steve's gonna explode, because he has some really good people on there. So yeah, guys, check out all the guys on the panel. Thank you. Oh, Amy K. How can I possibly forget Amy K, the most amazing lady on the internet? So check out Amy K. I think you guys know who Amy K is. If not, type Amy K, and in fact, I will put Amy K's link as well, and I'll put the War Kettle. I think I've got the War Kettles already on there. I'm not sure, but I will also post Amy K's as well, and the War Kettle. Well, the War Kettle, he is the War Kettle. You just type in the War Kettle, you get the first link anyway. But if in case you can't get it for whatever reason, here's a link to make it convenient for you all. So yeah, thank you for Amy K. Thank you for from Jay. Thank you, Steve, Atheist Steve, Pavlov, and MC. Thank you, everyone, for coming. You guys have been awesome. I hope it was a relatively all-round show. A little bit of, I know I came with a bit of a downer on the whole how to treat your families or anyone looking after your family members who may get the COVID. Guys, I know it's a bit of a black pill on that one, but I just want to let everyone know, please, please, please look after your family members. Make good decisions, and try to imagine how the scenario would play out, and try to make the right decisions at the right time. Wherever you are in the world, whatever health system your government's offering you, look after your people, because sometimes you just can't rely on our governments to do the right thing for us. Sometimes you just have to look out for yourself. So get prepared. Make sure you have plenty of liquids and soups and stuff wherever you are. Even if you're not living with your elderly parents or relatives, make sure you have it on hand, that you can take it to them when you need it. Either way, just make sure you're prepared, because I think this disease is not going to go away anytime soon. It's going to touch us all. Hopefully, none of you will ever suffer a loss because of this period. Yeah, look after each other. I don't want to blackpill people. I want to end on a good note. Let's get through this, people. Let's get through this shit, and kick this virus's rear end. And with that, I would like to play a song that maybe will give us a bit of a boost. Let's see. I think this song it's this song. I love this song. It's kind of a gym track for me too. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share and comment if you're still hanging out this long. Thank you for hanging out. And as always, tickle your ass with a feather. Ciao.